It's so freezing cold. I woke up standing in a vast snow-covered mountain in northeast China. My breath instantly condensed into a white mist in the frigid air. I was dressed in thin clothes with frost on my eyebrows and icicles hanging from my nose. This wasn't a dream. Just yesterday, I was an ace sniper of the Northeast Fierce Tiger Special Warfare Brigade in 2024, but I was accidentally killed in a plane crash during a mission. Now, I have traveled back to the year 1958. My name has changed from Lin Bei to Pong Bei, and I am now a 17-year-old mountain dweller who can barely afford to eat. The original owner of this body froze to death in this icy wilderness. He was a tough guy who risked his life to hunt for his mother and his 4-year-old sister, Pong Chen. His father was an abusive man who brutally beat his mother and forced the family to do all the heavy household chores. The original owner wanted a family separation to save his mother and sister from being beaten or starving to death. His mother even secretly carried rat poison, ready to die together if things failed. Out of respect for the original owner, I resolved to fulfill his wish and take good care of his family. However, the original owner's hunting skills were amateurish. He relied on a crude rabbit snare that was set at the wrong height. I dismantled his broken trap and used my Special Forces survival skills to build a proper functioning running noose trap using the elasticity of a flexible branch. Just as I finished setting the trap, I heard a faint voice calling out to me. I looked up and saw my little sister, Pang Qian, struggling through the deep snow. Her small face was red from the cold. She was holding up a tattered cloth bundle containing food sent by our maternal uncle. She told me our mother didn't want to eat it, so she brought it out to me because I hadn't eaten anything all morning. Holding her in my arms, I felt a deep warmth. I told her to save the food for now, promising that once I caught a rabbit, we would make a big meat stew and eat it together. Hearing this, she clapped her hands in pure joy, excited to taste meat for the very first time. Leading my younger sister with one hand, I braved the biting north wind and searched the hillside for prey. Tracking was a basic survival skill from my past life in the Special Operations TIS. Although my current body was weak and lacked equipment, my instincts were still sharp. After walking for a while, I spotted fresh rabbit droppings at the base of a large tree. I knew a rabbit was nearby, so I decided to set a trap right there. Pang Qian was overjoyed at the thought of eating meat. Using my professional experience, I set a well-disguised snare in the rabbit's frequent path. I also built another simple rope mechanism using a tree branch as a fulcrum and placed green pine needles inside to entice the hungry animal. With everything ready, my sister and I huddled together in a hidden snow pit, shivering in the freezing cold. After about an hour, a large, fluffy gray rabbit finally emerged cautiously from the snow. It weighed at least 6 or 7 catties. Just as it began to move forward, a pure white snow weasel appeared, planning an ambush. I realized that if the weasel drove the rabbit away, my snare would be useless. I quickly came up with a plan to surround the prey. I whispered to Pang Qian, telling her to wait for my signal, and then jump around to block one side while I blocked the other. When the snow weasel launched its attack, the rabbit bolted toward me. I instantly stood up, kicked up snow, and shouted to scare it. The panicked rabbit turned toward my sister. I yelled for Pang Qian to act, and she obediently jumped up and copied me. Trapped on both sides, the rabbit rushed down the only clear path I had left open for it. The moment it ran through, the mechanism triggered. The branch sprang up, and the noose tightened firmly around the rabbit's neck. The snow weasel was startled by my size and quickly disappeared into the snow. I ignored it and ran straight to the trap. The rabbit struggled for a moment before slowing down. I quickly stepped forward and dispatched it with my knife. Pang Qian tumbled through the snow to my side, staring at the prize with pure excitement. I carried the large 7-jin rabbit back to our small wooden house on the mountain. This cabin used to belong to my maternal grandfather, who was once the village's mountain guardian. In these difficult times of low grain standards, the deep, vast forests of Changbai Mountain were a forgotten corner, making hunting the only viable way for me to feed my family. However, I knew I would eventually need the Commune Brigade leader's approval to officially take up this role. When we arrived, my mother, Lu Shulan, was waiting outside our dilapidated shack, deeply anxious. Seeing the fresh rabbit, she burst into tears of relief. She told me my maternal uncle had secretly delivered 2 jin of corn flour to us, sent by my grandfather, who still didn't know we had been driven out by my abusive father and grandparents. I reassured her, handing over the rabbit and asking her to stew the meat and save the 2 large legs for roasting. Pang Qian clapped with joy, thrilled to finally taste meat for the first time in her 4 years of life. As my mother melted ice for cooking water, she begged me not to enter the dangerous mountain again, offering to find a washing job at the commune instead. To ease her mind, I joked about needing to make a living so I could find a wife in the future. She finally smiled and agreed, but insisted that I visit my uncle and grandfather to learn proper hunting skills first. Before she started cooking, I asked her for the paper packet she had secretly brought along, thinking it was the rat poison the original owner had noticed. My mother laughed and handed it over. When I opened it and tasted the white powder, I realized it was actually salt. She gently stroked my hair and explained that she only brought it to avoid making my grandfather feel guilty, and that she would never actually lead her children to their deaths. As my mother skinned the rabbit, I noticed the severe frostbite on her hands. Our small wooden cabin was drafty, and with the harshest winter days fast approaching, we urgently needed warm clothing. Since cotton was scarce and required cloth tickets, animal fur was our best option. I decided that catching a roe deer would provide the perfect hides, but I would need a hunting rifle for that. The commune captain owned one, and I figured I could borrow it by offering some meat as repayment. Soon the cabin filled with the rich aroma of stew. My mother poured the broth, giving me a bowl full of meat while taking only clear soup for herself. I immediately transferred some of my meat into her bowl and shared the rest with my little sister Pang Qian. It was a heartwarming moment, and my mother was deeply moved to see how much I had grown and changed. Suddenly, the door was rudely pushed open. It was my eldest stepbrother, Pang Dong. Without saying a word, he greedily reached out to grab a roasting rabbit leg. I instantly struck his hand with a fire poker, reminding him that our households were now separated. When he angrily confronted me, my mother tried to keep the peace by offering him the food. Instead, I drew my skinning knife and pressed it directly against his neck. With cold determination, I warned him that I would chop off his fingers if he ever touched my mother's or sister's things again. Terrified, he backed away. Pang Dong swallowed hard, watching me eat the meat. He claimed he came to give us a second chance because our father was no longer angry. In reality, he wanted us to return simply because there was no one left to do the heavy household chores. I flatly refused, stating that my mother was not anyone's maid. Pang Dong sneered, warning us that we would freeze to death on the mountain before storming out into the cold. My mother wanted to look after him, but I stopped her. I reminded her that he was a grown man who had never even called her mother, and there was no need to waste any worry on an ungrateful wolf. After eating our fill of rabbit meat, my mother, sister, and I felt warm all over. I decided it was time to find the team leader. The temperature was about to drop further, and our thin, tattered clothes wouldn't hold out. I planned to borrow a hunting rifle and head down the mountain to hunt roe deer for their hides. My mother was terrified when she heard about the gun. But she calmed down when I explained we would look for the animals down the mountain. Since she knew the layout of the dense forest, she agreed to come with me the next day to show me the way. I headed into the dark toward the Qinglong Ravine commune. Ever since my grandfather became immobile, the village lacked a proper mountain guardian to keep wild beasts away. I arrived at team leader Lu Hai's house and knocked on his adobe door. When he saw me, he immediately assumed I was there to beg for food, explaining that the commune was facing severe ration shortages. I quickly corrected him, stating that I only wanted to borrow the commune's single hunting rifle to go hunting. Lu Hai was skeptical and hesitant. He worried about wasting bullets and leaving the village defenseless against wild wolves. However, I proved that I knew what I was doing by telling him I had just trapped and eaten a large rabbit. Smelling the meat on me, he invited me inside. While sitting in the main room, I heard a baby crying. Lu Hai sadly revealed that his daughter-in-law had just given birth but had no milk due to malnutrition. Seizing the opportunity, I promised that if he lent me the gun, I would bring back meat to help his daughter-in-law produce milk. Desperate for a solution, Lu Hai brought out an old, well-maintained single-barrel hunting rifle. He made me demonstrate how to load and eject a bullet. Seeing my skilled handling, he finally relented. He handed me the gun along with 5 bullets, promising that if I successfully brought back meat to help his family, he would officially recommend me to the higher-ups to become the commune's new mountain guardian. I was thrilled to get the captain's promise for the mountain guardian position and the gun. However, with only 5 bullets, getting enough hides for my family would be difficult. To prepare, I dismantled some fallen fences and sharpened 3 sturdy wooden sticks as primitive backup weapons. Early the next morning, I took my mother and sister down to an uninhabited dense forest at the foot of the mountain. We each carried a sharpened stick. After tracking for over an hour through the quiet, freezing woods without seeing anything, my mother began to lose hope. She thought the roe deer had all been caught. I shook my head, pointing out the fresh bark gnawing marks left by herbivores. Following her suggestion, we walked another 40 minutes toward a sparser forest near the river where the commune had been logging. Suddenly, I spotted a mother roe deer leading 4 young ones. I told my mother and Pangqian to stay put and hide. I lay down in the snow, crawled forward, and aimed at the mother deer. My first shot missed due to the old gun's faulty calibration, but I didn't panic. Knowing the foolish, curious nature of roe deer, I immediately ran forward and fired a second shot, dropping the mother deer instantly. The others scattered, but I remained motionless in the snow, playing dead to exploit their natural curiosity. Sure enough, the deer soon returned to investigate the noise. One even came close to sniff me. I seized the moment, aimed, and fired my 3rd bullet, killing it on the spot. As the survivors panicked, I fired my 4th bullet and claimed a 3rd deer. With only 1 bullet left, I shot a slightly larger young deer in the leg to wound it, then rushed forward and finished it off with a woods's stick. 4 deer were down using 4 bullets. I excitedly called out to my mother, but then the smallest young deer actually trotted back out of sheer curiosity. It stared right at me. Without hesitation, I swung my wooden stick down to keep the family together. My mother ran over and stabbed it with her stick as well, while little Pangqian cheered them on. Exhausted, I collapsed happily into the snow. We had successfully taken down all 5 roe deer, leaving my mother completely dumbfounded by my incredible hunting skills. My mother and I worked together to process our abundant harvest at our cabin. She skillfully skinned and cut the meat, soaking the hides in warm water to smoke them for quick warmth. I carefully selected 40 to 50 caddies of prime meat to deliver to Captain Lu Hai along with the hunting rifle. The rest of our meat was safely left outside to freeze in nature's winter refrigerator. When I arrived at Lu Hai's house, I handed him the heavy load of meat. He was overjoyed, knowing this meat would help his malnourished daughter-in-law produce milk for his newborn grandson. I returned the rifle and casually mentioned that it felt a bit wobbly, claiming I had used all 5 bullets to catch 3 deer. I purposefully held back the fact that I actually got 5, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Lu Hai praised my skills and officially granted me full use of the mountain cabin. While he could not provide village grain rations, he promised to help me apply for a new rifle from the township. Before I left, Lu Hai gifted me some essential gear left by his father, including old animal traps, a bow missing its string, a quiver with 5 or 6 arrowheads, a bag of hemp, a small bottle of lamp oil, and a bag of salt. He advised me to twist a new bowstring out of the hemp and have my mother reinforce it with roe deer sinew, as she was the best bowstring maker in the village. I returned home excitedly to share the news that I was now the official mountain guardian. My mother wept with pride, seeing how much I had grown. We had 5 hides in total, which was enough to make warm fur coats for all 3 of us. She insisted on making mine first since I had to face the elements to hunt. While my mother worked on repairing the bow and preparing another meat dinner, my little sister Pangqian ran out to relieve herself. as both she and my mother were experiencing mild stomach trouble, adjusting to the sudden rich food. Despite the minor illness, we gathered happily for our meal, and I planned to set a few more traps nearby before resting in preparation for the dropping temperatures. Early the next morning, I drank some soup, grabbed my lasso and animal traps, and headed into the mountain to set them up. While I was away, my mother and sister stayed home to sew my new fur coat. My mother also took a few pieces of fresh roe deer meat to visit my maternal uncle, Lu Qing-song. He was overjoyed to hear I had become the official mountain guardian. To support me, he gave my mother a sturdy short spearhead left by my grandfather, a whetstone, and a large handful of unassembled bow parts, including highly lethal wolf's tooth arrows that cause heavy bleeding. When I returned home, I was thrilled to see this new equipment. I removed the decorative red tassel from the grandfather's short spear, revealing a pitch-black, blood-tested spearhead attached to an incredibly tough wooden handle. With my knife, short spear, and newly assembled bow and arrows, I now possessed high-quality weapons that gave me immense confidence. My mother measured my shoulder width to prioritize my fur coat since I had to face the extreme cold to hunt. I comforted her, promising I would stay near the base of the mountain and absolutely not venture into the dangerous deep forest. My mother then asked me to gather more firewood since we had used up our supply smoking the deer hides. I grabbed my new short spear for protection and went outside. While searching for dry, withered branches, I accidentally wandered a bit too far. When I leaned up to wipe my sweat, I noticed rows of dog-like footprints and fresh bloodstains on the ground. I carefully inspected the messy tracks and caught a specific scent in the air. My eyes widened as I realized these tracks belonged to a pack of wild wolves, not just an isolated pair. Realizing the immense danger, I quickly loaded the gathered firewood onto my back, gripped my short spear tightly, and ran straight home. A pack of wolves was far too deadly for me to fight alone with my current gear. When I reached the courtyard gate, I decided not to tell my mother the terrifying truth to keep her from panicking. However, looking at our dilapidated, broken wooden fence, I knew I had to find a quick way to repair and reinforce our courtyard wall, or a wolf pack could easily breach our home at night. As I stepped through the door carrying firewood, my second stepsister, Pong Nan, walked toward me wearing our family's old heavily patched military overcoat. She immediately began mocking me and my mother, calling us laborers and maids. She claimed our father had forgiven me and ordered me to return home to gather firewood for our grandparents so I wouldn't freeze to death. I treated her words with utter disdain. She even tried to tempt me by offering to lend me the overcoat for 2 days if I returned to work, but I told her coldly that she looked like a beggar in it. Just then, my little sister Pang Qian rushed out of the yard. She looked adorable and warm in a new padded jacket, leather skirt, leggings, and a hat made from a roe deer head with hanging rabbit fur. My mother followed her out, dressed in a roe deer skin vest and a leather skirt, carrying a matching roe deer skin overcoat, leggings, and a hat for me. As my mother and sister helped me put on the warm gear, Pong Nan's jealousy erupted. She angrily demanded to know why my mother hadn't made any clothes for her. My mother looked at her coldly and told her to ask her own family's adults instead of making a fuss at our house. My mother had protected Pang Nan from being bullied many times in the past, but Pang Nan never appreciated it. This final ingratitude completely broke my mother's lingering affection for that family. Compared to our thick, smooth fur coats, Pang Nan's overcoat was actually rotten on the inside and stuffed with rags. Feeling humiliated and jealous, she burst into tears and threatened to tell our father. I warned her to stop causing trouble, telling her that I was now the official mountain guardian of Qinglong Ravine Commune and would have Captain Lu Hai deal with her if she kept bothering us. Terrified by the captain's fearsome reputation, she ran away crying. My mother calmly told me to chop the firewood so she could stew meat for us. With the roe deer meat and warm clothing, we were safe, for now, but I knew our drafty wooden house still could not withstand the extreme cold. I realized we had to repair and reinforce the house as soon as possible to survive the deep winter. I realized that repairing our house and building a strong courtyard wall To keep wolves away would require significant timber and manpower. To hire a carpenter and helpers, I needed to provide meals, which meant I had to find more food quickly. Early the next morning, I ate some roasted meat on the way and checked my snares. I was thrilled to find one rabbit. However, my excitement turned to intense vigilance when I discovered another snare was severely damaged, surrounded by wolf footprints and fresh blood. The wolves were active right around cabin last night. I quickly reset the trap, cleared the blood tracks to protect my family, and planned to report this danger to Captain Lu Hai. My heavier animal traps yielded nothing, so I backed away to let my scent dissipate and headed deeper into the forest with my bow and arrows. Suddenly, I spotted a pack of wolves on a nearby ridge driving a flock of wild goats. The leading goat fell off the cliff. I remembered my mother mentioning that wolves use this tactic to store frozen carcasses for the winter. Realizing these fallen goats could be the perfect meal tickets to pay my workers, I marked the location to safely return the next day. As I prepared to head back, I spotted a lost wild goat bleeding in the trees. I quietly drew my bow. Because my current physical strength was weak, I could not pull it fully and had to rely on a high arc shot. Calculating the distance and wind, I released the arrow. It struck the goat, causing it to cry out and flee downhill. I pursued it from above, found a clean angle, and threw my heavy short spear with all my might. The spear pierced its back, and the goat crashed into the snow. I scrambled down the slippery slope and pressed the spear shaft down until the goat stopped moving. Recovering my reusable wolf-tooth arrow and short spear, I collapsed in exhaustion. Suddenly, a chilling wolf howl echoed through the forest. My hair stood on end. Pushing past my fatigue, I immediately grabbed the heavy carcass and began dragging it toward home, eager to escape the wolves and enjoy a hot bowl of goat soup. I dragged the heavy wild goat carcass all the way back to our small wooden house, breaking a sweat in the deep snow for the first time since my rebirth. The sky was already darkening as I arrived. My mother was waiting anxiously at the door, and her face lit up with a relieved smile when she saw the big prize. I told her I had gotten lucky, and also located a frozen stash of several more goats driven off a cliff by wild wolves. She instantly became terrified upon hearing about the wolves, but I reassured her that I stayed back and would not venture into the deep mountain alone. I explained my plan to her. I wanted to use some of the goat meat to treat the villagers to a meal, so they would help us fix our broken outer fence, dig a cellar, and build a vegetable pit. Furthermore, I hoped to set up large traps to drive the wolves away. When my mother pulled my ear and scolded me for being reckless, I detailed my analysis of the wolf pack's behavior. I suspected a larger rival pack had driven these wolves here, meaning they would not leave on their own. My mother stared at me in shock, amazed at how smart I had become after freezing, but she proudly stroked my head and went to prepare dinner. While my mother and sister gutted the goat, stored the meat, and saved the hide for clothing, I warmed my hands by the stove. Soon I was enjoying a steaming bowl of delicious goat soup. However, I realized that eating only meat was not ideal for my young sister's development. Our flour supply was running out, and I needed to find a way to secure more staple foods. I knew that during this era, hunters often traded meat, medicine, and furs on the black market to get supplies, so I decided to consider that option once our home was fully secure. After dinner, I went to visit Captain Lu Hai to report the wolf tracks. He broke out in a cold sweat and scolded me for my boldness, explaining that he still could not let me keep the commune's single rifle because the villagers needed it for security. I smiled and explained that I only came to borrow some manpower. I promised to provide meat meals for the workers and shared my scorched earth strategy to trap the wolves and protect the village. Lu Hai contemplated my idea for a moment, nodded in approval, and promised to send workers to help me first thing tomorrow morning. Early the next morning, Captain Lu Hai arrived at my door with about 20 able-bodied young men. They carried weapons and tools for protection and labor. I organized the crew into groups. One group would go into the mountain with me to retrieve the goats, another would cut wood, and the rest would start repairing our courtyard fence and digging a cellar. I also plan to build large traps and a lookout post to protect both our home and the village from the wolves. I promise to provide plenty of meat for everyone. To match my offer, Lu Hai excitedly agreed that the brigade would supply the staple food for lunch. I led a team of 12 men straight to the bottom of the cliff. The frozen goat carcasses were scattered across the snow. I did not mention the wolves to avoid scaring the men. Instead, I claimed I had simply driven the lead goat down the mountain, causing the flock to jump. The men were deeply impressed by my explanation. We loaded the packed carcasses onto 3 snow sleds and chanted work songs as we hauled them back. When we returned around noon, Lu Hai and my mother were grinning from ear to ear at the massive harvest. My mother gathered a few local women to help clean the goats. Lu Hai ordered the village cooks to prepare goat offal soup for lunch and a massive mutton feast for dinner. The workers gained a massive boost in energy. Since the winter ground was frozen hard, they lit fires to soften the soil before driving in rows of small tree stakes for the fence. They also expanded our old cellar and connected it directly to the inside of our cabin so we could hide easily if wolves attacked. I helped out by constructing large snares, wooden obstacles, and a simple lookout platform high up in a large tree. As the rich aroma of meat filled the air, I called for a lunch break. Lu Hai patted my shoulder and promised to make me the mountain patrol captain in the future. Seizing the opportunity, I asked if my mother could eventually work for the village to earn work points. Lua smiled and agreed, adding that my sister could also go to school. Feeling a deep warmth in my heart, I thanked him gratefully before he urged me to go catch up with my uncle. When Captain Lu Hai reminded me to look after my family, I realized I needed to strengthen my bond with my relatives. My grandfather and uncle had always been good to us, and my mother only stayed away to protect my grandfather's health. I walked over to help my uncle, Lu Ching Song, who was carefully checking our new wooden fence. I insisted that he bring his wife and children over to join the feast. He gladly ran home to fetch them. My mother was deeply touched by my actions and handed me a bowl of hot water. She let me know we had plenty of meat left, along with extra sheepskins. When I asked her about a local black market to trade the hides for grain, Lu Hai overheard and confirmed its existence down the mountain. He warned me to be extremely careful. He also mentioned that guns and bullets could be bought there, though they were quite expensive. Soon my aunt and cousins arrived. We all enjoyed a lunch of corn cakes and mutton soup. In the afternoon, I guided the workers to set up protective traps, while my mother and aunt prepared the mutton for dinner. Thanks to the village's hard work, our fences, expanded rooms, and patched house were fully completed by evening. I finally had my own small room, which connected directly to our reinforced cellar, where we could hide from wild beasts and store dried meat. I fell asleep groggily after the long day, knowing I had to go hunting again tomorrow to replenish our food supply. However, right before I fell fully asleep, a faint rhythmic rustling sound made me alert. Thanks to my past training as a sniper, I instantly recognized the sound of rapid, heavy panting coming through the wooden wall. It was not human. I jumped out of bed, rushed into the main room, and saw my mother still working under the dim lamp. I quickly told her to lower her voice, "Wake up, my little sister," and head straight into the cellar. I warned her that the wolves had finally arrived. I held my breath in the darkness, knowing that the scent of today's mutton feast had drawn the wolves to our yard. My mother was terrified, but I quickly hurried her and my little sister Pang Qian into the newly built cellar. I refused to go down with them, knowing that if the wolves breached the house and cornered us there, we would all die. I closed the lid, covered it to hide their location, blew out the oil lamp, and waited in complete silence with my short spear and bow. 3 wolves managed to bypass our unfinished fence section and slipped into the yard. One of them began digging at the exterior wall of my room, trying to breach the wood. Instead of rushing outside blindly, I stayed hidden and cracked the front door open slightly to set a trap. Drawn by the opening, a wolf cautiously poked its head and nose inside. I waited patiently until its entire body cleared the threshold. Then, I slammed the door shut and lunged forward, plunging my short spear deep into its body. The wolf struggled violently, nearly throwing me off, but I used all my weight to pin it down. I gripped the back of its neck, drew my small skinning knife, and stabbed its throat repeatedly until it stopped moving. Drenched in sweat, I quickly closed the door again. Outside, the remaining two wolves smelled their companion's blood and began whimpering with hostility. They focused on the door but hesitated to charge. I gripped my bow, pulled the door open, and fired a powerful arrow into the darkness. The arrow struck one wolf directly in the eye, causing it to howl and flee toward a corner of the fence. Terrified by the sudden attack, the third wolf turned and bolted out of the yard. I did not give chase, knowing a larger pack might be waiting outside. Instead, I approached the blinded, whimpering wolf trapped in the corner and finished it off with a swift strike of my short spear. Single-handedly, without a gun, I had successfully defended our home and killed two hungry wolves. After blocking the gap in the fence to secure the yard, I opened the cellar cover. My mother rushed out, crying in terror when she saw my blood-covered face. I smiled and reassured her that the blood belonged to the beasts, pointing to the carcass on the floor. She held up the oil lamp, completely shocked and breathless to discover that her son had actually killed two wild wolves all by himself. My mother was completely astounded that I had killed two wolves single-handedly and escaped without a single scratch. She knew that having the official status of a mountain guardian would allow me to hunt legally in the deep forest to support the family. Still, she carefully wiped the blood from my face and tearfully warned me never to be reckless, reminding me how my grandfather had been permanently crippled by a lone wolf ambush years ago. I comforted her and picked up my terrified, crying little sister Pang Qian, holding her close until she finally calmed down. My mother boiled water to clean me up, and then she got to work skinning the wolves and processing the carcasses while I went back to sleep. The next morning, the villagers gathered outside our house and stood completely stunned at the sight of the fresh wolf skins drying at our entrance. Captain Lu Hai pushed through the crowd and inspected the professional short spear punctures on the hides. My mother came out and explained that a pack of 3 wolves had breached the yard last night, and I had killed 2 of them while one escaped. Lu Hai was overjoyed, shouting to the villagers that our new mountain guardian could protect them all. Fueled by this news, the men worked with immense energy and completely finished repairing the rest of our defensive fence by noon. By the time I finally woke up, the workers had already left. My mother brought me a bowl of meat and bread, proudly handing over an official appointment letter from Captain Lu Hai. This paper legally secured my position as the brigade's youngest mountain guardian, protecting me from any accusations of illegal hunting. As I ate, I pointed out that we should use our extra animal hides to trade for grain before the heavy snow locked down the mountain. My mother was initially worried about the risks of the illegal black market, but she agreed that hunters like us were rarely targeted. She smiled and promised to show me the way down the mountain, as she knew exactly where the secret market was located. Hunting relies heavily on luck and the weather, and since the wolves had cleared out the nearby animals, my snares were all empty. To find something to trade for grain, I had no choice but to venture deeper into the freezing mountain. While tracking, I suddenly spotted a wild boar foraging. My bow and arrows were useless against its thick hide, so I tried to back away cautiously. To my horror, another wild boar appeared behind me, trapping me between them. Just then, a wild fox appeared out of nowhere. In the Northeast, foxes are respected as spiritual beings, so I froze. Suddenly, the first wild boar noticed me and charged. I braced my grandfather's short spear against a tree trunk. The boar slammed directly into it, impaling its own skull and dying instantly. The second wild boar squealed in rage and charged. I sprinted toward the fox and rolled into the snow. The boar couldn't stop its momentum and head-butted the fox, sending it flying. Enraged, the wild boar turned back toward me. I fired 2 arrows into its rear and led it on a chaotic chase through the dense trees, causing it to repeatedly smash its head against the trunks. Exhausted and bleeding, the boar faced me on a stone cliff. I drew my bow fully and shot an arrow straight into its eye socket. The blinded beast charged blindly. Just as it reached me, I leaped high over its body. The boar lunged off the edge of the cliff, crashing to its death below. I took a deep breath and noticed the fox was still alive, limping toward me and watching me like a docile dog. I decided not to harm it, as doing so would upset the villagers and worry my mother. I tied the legs of both wild boars and used the slippery snow to drag them down the mountain. The fox followed me silently all the way to our wooden house. Realizing its leg was injured, I let it rest in our yard. When my mother pushed the door open, she stood completely frozen. She looked at the two massive wild boars, then stared in shock at the golden-furred fox, crying out that I had brought home a sacred spirit. My mother stared at the golden-furred fox in our yard, completely convinced it was the sacred spirit, Grandma Hu III. I tried to explain it was just a regular fox, but she strictly warned me to show the creature utmost respect. To avoid a long explanation about how I killed the wild boars, I played along and joked that the sacred fox had helped me and gifted me the meat. My mother immediately believed it. We quickly got to work processing the meat so we could head down the mountain to the black market before dark. My mother fed the offal to the fox, which ate happily and then curled up to sleep peacefully in our yard. Later that afternoon, my mother and I carried a heavy sack of wild boar meat to the secret market hidden in the woods outside a nearby village. My mother recognized an old man smoking a pipe named Grandpa Gao, who traded mountain goods. She greeted him and introduced me as her son. When Grandpa Gao asked if we had any mountain goods in this icy weather, I opened the sack to reveal the wild boar meat, explaining that I had taken over my grandfather's hunting job. Grandpa Gao inspected the meat and offered 5 cents a catty, which was the premium rate he used to give my grandfather. In the late 1950s, this was a generous price. After hauling the meat to his narrow storage room, he calculated the weight and handed us a grand total of 56 yuan and 5 cents. While inside, my eyes caught a Mauser pistol resting on a shelf. Grandpa Gao noticed my interest and asked if I wanted the quick slow machine. He noted that while it was a famous combat weapon against the Japanese, it was not typically used for hunting. I explained that a compact automatic pistol would be much lighter to carry on the mountain and would give me a better chance of self-preservation during an ambush. My mother worried I might shoot myself, but Grandpa Gao agreed with my logic. He revealed that the pistol was his old partner from his days fighting the Japanese and that it wasn't for sale. However, he offered me a special deal. He explained that his grandson was getting married and he needed food for the wedding banquet. He promised that if I could catch 100 big fish for him, he would give me the Mauser pistol, its leather holster, and a full box of ammunition. I nodded without any hesitation and accepted the challenge. I carried the heavy bag of grain along the mountain path while my mother walked beside me. Seeing my thin frame shoulder the weight of our home, she couldn't help but shed tears of pride. We had spent 22 yuan from our wild boar sale to buy 200 caddies of rice and flour. This supply was enough to ensure we would not starve during the freezing winter. When we pushed open the door to our cabin, I was relieved to find the golden fox gently playing with my little sister Pong Qian. Seeing that the clever animal could comfortably watch over my sister, I decided to let it stay inside by the warm stove fire. I told my mother that I planned to go ice fishing the next day to catch the 100 big fish needed to trade for Grandpa Gao's Mauser pistol. I needed a compact firearm for self-defense against wolves and the dangerous escaped convicts that often hid in the forest. My mother agreed with my reasoning and offered to join me, leaving Pong Qian safely at home with the fox. Early the next morning, I visited Captain Lu Hai and borrowed a public ice pick from the brigade headquarters. On my way back, I ran into my uncle, Lu Qing-song. When I told him about my deal with Grandpa Gao, he completely supported me. He agreed that a light, automatic pistol was much better for my thin physique than a heavy hunting rifle. He eagerly rushed home to grab his ice axe so he could join our fishing trip. When my uncle entered our yard, the golden fox stepped forward and growled protectively. Pang Qian quickly stroked its head and calmed it down, showing that the animal understood her. My uncle was terrified at first, but my mother explained that the fox had saved my life and was simply seeking shelter from the extreme cold. Hearing this, My uncle laughed heartily, declaring that I was truly meant to be the mountain guardian, and that even the spirits of the mountain were protecting me. My mother and my uncle, Lu Qingsung, accompanied me to a lake near the forest at the front of the mountain to go ice fishing. After I pinpointed the right location, my uncle and I used ice picks to carve 4 ventilation holes to attract the fish with oxygen. My mother neatly prepared the 4 fishing nets. Because this open area was a water source for wild beasts, I stayed completely alert to our surroundings. While waiting for the nets, I fashioned wire hooks, drilled smaller holes, and used cornmeal to catch small miscellaneous fish. I pulled up quite a few, which I stuffed into my pockets. When my uncle felt enough time had passed, we pulled up the first net together. It was completely packed with cultural burnus, 3-lined fish, and silver carp. We caught an enormous amount of fish across the first 2 nets. I told my mother to hide our best fish in a tattered bag and put the miscellaneous ones in a nicer bag so any onlookers would only ask for the lower quality catch. We decided to stop after the second net because we couldn't carry any more. I packed a full bag of premium fish for my uncle to take to his family. As we pulled our loaded sleds back toward the forest edge, my sharp senses picked up a faint sound. I raised my hand to stop my mother and uncle, pulling out my bow and short spear. My uncle initially heard nothing, but soon caught the sound of distant, frantic footsteps. I realized a group of people was under attack. I forcefully ordered my uncle to take my mother and hide, stepping forward as the official mountain guardian. Shocked by my sudden authority, he took my mother and ducked into the trees. I drew my bow and ran toward the commotion. A panicked crowd was fleeing out into the open, chased by a small pack of wild wolves. One slower runner was suddenly tackled to the ground, screaming for help as the others abandoned him. I stood my ground, drew my bowstring to full tension, and released a powerful arrow. The shot struck the lead wolf cleanly in its eye socket, causing it to howl and flee. Gripping my heavy short spear, I charged forward like a burst of lightning to face the remaining wolves. I leaped forward and drove my short spear directly through the struggling wolf's body, pinning it to the ground with my feet. To intimidate the rest of the pack, I wiped the wolf's blood onto my face with 3 fingers and let out a fierce roar. Terrified, the remaining wolves lowered their ears and quickly fled. I checked on the injured villager and confirmed his wounds were not fatal. The other adults, who had been fleeing in a panic, approached with immense guilt and insisted on pulling our loaded ice rafts back to the village. When we arrived, Captain Lu Hai was preparing a rescue team. He ruthlessly scolded the crowd for recklessly entering the back mountain just because they saw a teenager like me hunting successfully. He strictly announced that only I had legal authority to enter this part of the mountain, and anyone else would be accused of stealing public property. Seeking to build goodwill, I stepped forward and took part of the blame, promising to drive the remaining wolves away as soon as possible. Lu Hai appreciated my attitude and told the villagers that while hunting remained restricted, they could trade food or goods with me, or even work for me to get mountain products. He loudly declared that our brigade was now my family's maternal home, and that the village would fiercely protect my mother, my sister, and me from my abusive father. The villagers applauded and fully accepted us. I opened my sack and gifted 2 big fish to the injured man to stew for his recovery. I asked the community for only one thing: to welcome my little sister, to play with the local children, and to visit my mother so she wouldn't feel lonely while I was away hunting. The crowd warmly agreed, cementing our bond. Suddenly, the village accountant ran into the crowd, gasping for breath. He warned me that my abusive father had just arrived in the village, absolutely furious, and looking like he wanted to kill someone. Lu Hai's face darkened instantly. He ordered the villagers to grab their weapons and stand up against the intruder. The united crowd fiercely gripped their tools, shouting in unison to kill him as we marched forward together. We marched into the empty space of the village, where a crowd of local villagers had already surrounded my abusive father, Pang Yufu. He looked thin, weak, and terrified, yet he still managed to loudly curse my mother, calling her a shameful spendthrift woman. My uncle Lu Qingsong became completely enraged. He charged forward holding his ice pick, ready to strike his sister's abuser. Captain Lu Hai quickly snatched the weapon away to prevent a murder, but he then ordered the villagers to release my uncle. Once freed, my uncle leaped forward and fiercely kicked my father to the ground, slapping his face wildly for all the years of abuse he inflicted on my mother and us. My mother initially wanted to stop the fight, but I gripped her arm and shook my head. I told her that it was only right for an uncle to defend his sister against an abusive husband using his bare hands, especially here in her maiden home. The other villagers joined in, pretending to break up the fight while actually pinning my father down so my uncle could land more punches. When Lu Hai finally called off the beating, my father angrily told my mother never to return. Backed by the united village and my own growing capability, my mother stood tall and coldly announced that she was divorcing him. My stunned father demanded the return of his original bride price. My uncle and Lu Hai instantly shut him down, shouting that his family must first return the premium, furs and meat from my mother's original dowry, along with back wages for all her years of hard labor. Desperate, my father demanded that the children be returned to him instead. At that moment, I stepped forward. I was covered in wolf blood, with a wolf carcass gripped tightly in my hand. My cold, wild stare completely petrified him. As I moved toward him like a tiger descending a mountain, his legs went entirely weak, and he collapsed onto the ground. He trembled and weakly screamed that I was an unfilial son. I sneered with utter disdain, reminding him that our households were already separated and ordering him to get lost. Lu Hai stepped up and fiercely warned my father that I was now an official member of the brigade, and if he ever touched me again, he would find himself buried alive on the back mountain. Terrified for his life, my father scrambled to his feet to flee. As he turned, Lu Hai's son rushed over and kicked him flat onto his face, prompting wild laughter from the crowd. Finally, my aunt untied the local guard dog and sent it charging after him, forcing my cowardly father to scurry out of the village in total humiliation. After my abusive father ran away, Captain Lu Hai held a general brigade meeting in the courtyard. The rumors of me killing wolves single-handedly were fully confirmed when the villagers saw the wolf carcass I brought back. Lu Hai addressed the crowd, using the pale and bandaged Lu Erzu as a clear example of the immense dangers of the back mountain. Lu Erzu admitted his mistake and openly thanked me for saving his life. Lu Hai strictly reiterated that no one else was allowed to enter the mountain, and he initially suggested giving the commune's old hunting rifle to me. I immediately stood up and declined the long rifle, explaining that it was too cumbersome and loud for my hunting style. A local widow named Kai Widow suggested that the brigade help me get a compact short gun instead. Lu Hai agreed with her idea and promised to issue an official approval document so I wouldn't face legal trouble for acquiring a gun. He also announced that the brigade would advance me 50 yuan toward the purchase, with the rest to be reimbursed next year. I smiled and promised that once I secured the gun and bullets, I would completely eliminate the wolf threat for everyone. When Kai Widow jokingly questioned my ability, my mother proudly stepped forward. She revealed that the sacred golden fox, Grandmahu III, had recognized my skills and was currently sheltering at our house. My uncle Lu Kingsong backed her up, noting that the legendary creature actually seemed to fear me. Hearing this, the superstitious villagers fully accepted my authority. Through a collective vote, the brigade officially approved for our family of 3 to join the Qinglong Ravine Brigade, allowing my mother to finally return to work and earn work points. They also voted to legalize private trading between the villagers and me, promising to severely punish anyone who informed the authorities. Just as the meeting dispersed, a hunched figure walked out from behind the crowd. My mother shivered all over as a stern voice rang out, asking her why she had decided on a divorce without consulting her own father first. My grandfather walked out with a cane, and my mother immediately knelt on the ground with a thud. Grandpa sighed, telling her to get up and not let others laugh, and ordered us to go inside. Once we entered his small courtyard, the atmosphere became very oppressive. My uncle tried to defend my mother, explaining she had no choice. Grandpa asked her directly if she was determined to get a divorce, and she could only nod silently. When he asked if my father had been beating her ever since their marriage, my mother struggled to reply, so I spoke up for her. I told him that my father was a gambling coward who had been hitting her for as long as I could remember. Grandpa slammed the table, angrily asking my mother why she hadn't come home sooner. She admitted with tears in her eyes that she was simply afraid of making him feel guilty. Grandpa turned his gaze to me, asking why I had defied my father so publicly. I calmly replied that reputation cannot be exchanged for food, nor could it stop my mother from being abused. Grandpa's anger softened, and he laughed, telling us to move into the main room. My grandmother was waiting inside, and she broke down in tears, hugging my mother and wishing she had returned sooner. Grandpa sat on the heated brick bed, struggling to move his injured legs. He fully supported the divorce and offered 20 won of his medical retirement savings to pay off my father's bride price demand. My mother and uncle refused to take it, but Grandpa explained that giving the money would keep my father from lingering, ensuring we would be firmly in the right if we ever needed to beat him again. I told Grandpa that I could handle the money myself, so he didn't need to worry. Grandpa looked at me with pride, pleased that his grandson was taking over the family craft after fighting off wolves. He opened his bed cabinet and handed me a sheepskin map. It was the culmination of his life's work, detailing animal distributions, dangerous regions, and a secret minority village where I could safely trade mountain goods by using his name. Furthermore, Grandpa pushed a long, thin bundle toward me, explaining that according to ancestral rules, a man must carry a family weapon onto the mountain. I opened the bundle and discovered a beautifully preserved samurai sword. Grandpa proudly revealed it was a trophy from a Japanese ronin he had killed during the war. I held up the sword and noticed the name Honda Kyohachiro carved on it. Grandpa smiled, noting that the blood-stained weapon would serve as an excellent defense tool to protect me in the wilderness. Taking the samurai sword felt like receiving a heavy legacy from my grandfather. Though not built for hunting, it gave me a fierce tool to fight back against wild beasts. Grandpa smiled, pleased with my determination to deal with the wolves, and signaled my grandmother. She opened a large cabinet and brought out a magnificent bearskin cloak, wrapping it gently around my shoulders. Then, Grandpa removed a beast-tooth necklace from his own neck and placed it over my head. He explained that this token had been passed down through generations of true mountain guardians. Looking closely at the massive tiger fang, I saw the word might carved on one side and prudence on the other. Wearing this meant I had received the full recognition of our lineage. Grandpa warned me that wolves are incredibly cunning, and the only way to defeat the pack was to hunt down the Wolf King. He noted that my physical strength alone wasn't enough to face the beast, making a gesture to remind me that I would need a firearm. I nodded in full agreement. We discussed the habits of wolves, and he shared his lifetime of invaluable hunting knowledge and strategies, filling me with immense confidence for the upcoming battle. My family's overwhelming kindness and unity brought a deep warmth to my heart. Fearing my mother would lack basic supplies, the old man packed up bedding and daily necessities for us to take back. We returned home loaded with bags, and I climbed over the fence to find Pong Qian happily playing with the intelligent fox. She pounced into my arms with a bright smile. My mother and uncle arrived shortly after, dragging the heavy ice sled packed with our massive catch of frozen fish. Pong Qian cheered, thrilled that we wouldn't go hungry. I assured her there was plenty of food for the fox as well. My uncle helped us unload the sled and insisted on returning the public tools down the mountain himself. Since it was pitch dark and wolves were active nearby, I grabbed my weapons and insisted on walking my uncle part of the way back to the village for his safety. We walked down the small path in complete darkness. As we neared the edge of the village, my chatting stopped abruptly. I looked coldly up toward a large rock on the mountain. Dimly, we could see a massive wolf standing there, its green eyes glowing as it stared directly at us. My uncle panicked, urging me to run and call the villagers, but I shook my head grimly, realizing that we were already completely surrounded by the beasts. My uncle, Lu Ching Song, panicked when we realized we were being ambushed by wolves. I quickly told him that we had to retreat toward my trap area to stand a chance. We backed each other up cautiously, trying not to show fear, but the rustling and heavy breathing of a large pack surrounded us. When the wolves began testing us and two suddenly leaped out, our retreat route was cut off. I fiercely ordered my uncle to run for it while I stayed behind to cover him. As my uncle bolted, I thrust my short spear forward and killed the first oncoming wolf instantly. Smoothly transitioning, I drew my bow and shot the second wolf cleanly in the eye socket at close range. Before I could recover my spear, another wolf lunged at my head from the bushes. I pulled hard, shook the spear, and thrust it directly into the beast's throat. Drenched in wolf blood and wrapped in my bearskin cloak, I terrified the rest of the pack, making them mistake me for a wild bear. They hesitated, trying to slowly encircle me instead of charging. I seized the opening and ran toward the traps, stopping after 20 steps. A wolf leaped to pounce from behind, but I anticipated its move and executed a sharp counter-thrust. The strike killed the wolf, but the wooden shaft of my grandfather's short spear finally snapped under the pressure. Relying on my special forces' survival instincts, I drew my samurai sword without a moment's delay. I plunged the blade into one wolf and then executed a swift horizontal slash, severing the neck of another leaping beast in midair. With the remaining wolves temporarily shocked, I ran to my uncle's side and urged him to climb a tree. Once he was secure, I took a running start, leaped high, and knocked my sword in my mouth to effortlessly flip myself onto the branch of the tallest tree. I quickly drew my bow and shot an arrow into the bushes, mapping a perfect hit that left a wolf howling in pain. As the rest of the pack charged blindly, they began triggering my traps. One wolf was instantly hoisted into the air by a hidden rope snare, while another crashed into a pit trap. When its companions jumped down to rescue it, I lit a pre-prepared fire arrow wrapped in lard and hemp, launching it straight into the pit. The trap erupted in flames, burning the trapped wolves and terrifying the survivors into a whimpering retreat. Suddenly, a thunderous wolf howl echoed from deep within the forest, completely different from the others. I looked excitedly into the distance, knowing the Wolf King had finally been drawn out. The heavy thud of animal footsteps and low wolf roars echoed as the Wolf King led the pack to encircle us. Looking down from my high branch, I was astonished to see a completely snow-white wolf. Seeing this rare white wolf king, intense killing intent flared within me. I knew that if I could kill the leader, the remaining pack would fall into a chaotic struggle for dominance and retreat. The white wolf king sat down and howled, commanding the pack to charge. While several wolves swarmed the base of my tree, others launched a coordinated assault on my uncle, Lu Qing-song, leaping up to force him down. Some wolves even began clawing and biting at his tree roots to fell it, while others stacked on top of each other to climb. I shot the base wolf of the stack, breaking the leg of the climber as they collapsed. However, another wolf immediately took its place. Realizing I only had 5 arrows left and my uncle was in mortal danger, I decided to execute a desperate ground assault to target the Wolf King. I used a rope to firmly tie my samurai sword to my hand. Despite my draining stamina, I jumped straight down into the swarming pack, swinging the long blade in a berserk frenzy. Blood splattered everywhere as I carved a path straight toward the leader. Inspired by my charge, my uncle jumped down too, ruthlessly slaying several wolves with his ice pick. The White Wolf King bared its fangs and lunged at me. I slashed at its claws, but it agilely dodged. Seizing the opening, my uncle rushed in from the side and plunged his ice pick deep into the Wolf King's thigh. As the beast howled in pain, a sudden, rapid rustling sound echoed through the trees, accompanied by strange whimpering noises. The distraction broke the Wolf King's focus. Capitalizing on the split second, I gathered all my remaining strength and delivered a massive slash across the White Wolf King's chest. Turning my head toward the noise, I finally saw the source of the distraction. It was our golden fox. I never expected the golden fox to raid the wolf pack's den. She cleverly drew a large portion of the pack away by mimicking the cries of dying wolf cubs. This sudden chaos shattered the White Wolf King's focus, providing me with a perfect opening. Gathering my absolute last ounce of strength, I drove my samurai sword deep into the White Wolf King's chest. As it collapsed, gasping for air, I moved swiftly and slit its throat to finish it off. Stepping onto the dead Wolf King's carcass, I let out a fierce roar to challenge the remaining wolves. Horrified to see their leader slain, the survivors abandoned the fight and fled blindly into the forest. With the danger past, my hands began to tremble from extreme exhaustion, and I collapsed onto the snow. My panicked uncle Lu Qingsong rushed to my side. I grinned at him, joking that we now had a story to brag about for the rest of our lives. After recovering our breath, my uncle retrieved the heavy ice sled and began stacking the numerous wolf carcasses onto it. Meanwhile, I retraced our steps to look for my scattered arrows. While searching the dry grass, I heard a faint trembling whimper. I pushed the brush aside with my blade and discovered two very light-colored wolf cubs. Initially, I thought about killing them, but they eagerly ran out and affectionately circled my legs. Because I was covered in the White Wolf King's blood, they seemed to recognize his scent and bonded with me instantly. I stuffed the warm cubs safely into my coat. My uncle was terrified when he saw them, warning me that wolves could never be tamed, but I smiled and argued that they could be raised as excellent hunting companions. We hauled the loaded ice sled back to the mountain cabin in total darkness. My mother, Lu Xiulan, rushed out to help us, gasping in horror when she saw a sled packed entirely with dead wolves. When she reached out to check me for injuries, the movement inside my coat startled her. I showed her the two wolf cubs and explained my plan to train them. She immediately objected, but I pointed out that we already had a wild fox at home, so two wolf cubs wouldn't make a difference. Just then, the golden fox trotted calmly into the yard and slid past us into the house. Watching her, I couldn't help but wonder if she truly possessed a human-like spirit. My mother quickly slapped my shoulder, scolding me for disrespecting the sacred creature. My mother, Lu Xiulan, was astounded when my uncle, Lu Qingsong, revealed that I had killed the massive White Wolf King single-handedly. My job as the mountain guardian was now fully secure. Instead of crying with joy, my mother wept out of heartache, knowing I had fought for this victory with my life. My uncle comforted her, noting that the wolf threat was now gone, and then left for his own home. I brought two young wolf cubs inside and told my little sister, Pang Qian, they were puppies. She happily named them Daqiang and Erqiang. I fed them fish instead of wolf meat. Outside, my mother worked under the oil lamp to skin the Wolf King and process the meat, carefully keeping its claws and teeth as my trophies. The next morning, I began physical training to improve my stamina, determined never to rely entirely on luck again. Soon, Captain Lu Hai arrived and praised me as a hero. He offered me a ride down the mountain on the brigade's mule cart, which was hauling fodder. He reiterated his support for me getting a firearm and promised to find a replacement steel barrel for my broken short spear. I accepted his help gratefully, and the villagers helped load my sacks of frozen fish onto the cart. I hitched a ride down the mountain, avoiding a long walk. Upon arrival at the black market, I unloaded the fish and greeted Grandpa Gao, announcing that I had brought his requested catch. Without looking up, the old man pointed to his back room. Inside, I found a small cloth package containing the Mauser pistol, its leather holster, and a heavy supply of bullets. I happily tested the grip of the compact automatic gun. When I returned to the front counter, I asked Grandpa Gao if he wanted to inspect the fish. He simply pointed at the tiger fang necklace around my neck and replied that it wasn't necessary. He explained that the necklace was proof that I was an official hunter acknowledged by the mountain god. He told me that no true hunter would ever ruin their reputation for petty gain, reminding me that a hunter's honor is just as important as his skill. I hurried straight home with the package from Grandpa Gao. I felt much more relieved once I was safely inside our cabin with the Mauser pistol. My mother, Lu Xiulan, warned me to hide the firearm well and only use it when hunting on the mountain to avoid trouble. I agreed, noting that a compact automatic pistol was perfect for self-defense in the wilderness. Suddenly, my uncle, Lu Qingsong, arrived at our door out of breath. He warned us that my overbearing grandmother had just entered the village to cause trouble. My mother wanted to step in, but I stopped her. I told her that I would handle the situation and asked her to gather 2 specific bags of frozen fish left in our storage corner. My mother realized what I was planning, and she couldn't help but chuckle as my uncle and I carried the bags down to the village square. A large crowd of angry villagers had already surrounded my crying grandmother. The moment she spotted me, she grabbed my arm and pretended to be the victim. I coldly pulled away and asked if she had come to demand the return of the original family grain. When she nodded, I placed the heavy bags on the ground. I told her that we had no grain left, but I would give her these fish to fully settle the debt. However, I made a strict condition in front of the entire village. Once she accepted these bags, she was never allowed to bother us again. My greedy grandmother opened the bags, and her eyes lit up at the sight of the frozen fish. She accepted the deal. I told her to call my second uncle, who was hiding outside the village, to come haul the heavy load away before I turned and walked back home with my uncle. As we walked, my uncle curiously asked why the fish in those bags looked so small. I chuckled and revealed the truth. I explained that one bag was meant to feed our fox, and the other contained scraps meant for local guard dogs, which my mother had sorted out the night before. My uncle's eyes widened in shock, and he laughed, calling me a little rascal for paying off my grandmother with dog food. Meanwhile, my second uncle entered the village square, loaded the bags onto a borrowed production team donkey, and headed back home. Eager to keep the prize for himself before his mother could claim it, he closed his front door and poured out the contents of the bags onto the floor with his wife. The couple stood completely dumbfounded. Underneath a thin layer of broken large fish, the bags were filled entirely with tiny miscellaneous fish and frozen animal offal. At my second uncle's house, his wife dismissed his worries about the scraps, pointing out that offal was still food for a family with nothing to eat. They quickly sorted through the bags and stewed a pot of fish soup that very evening. Meanwhile, my grandmother stood at her front door waiting for my second uncle to return. A passing villager teased her about how wealthy her family must be, mentioning that her second son's family was stewing delicious fish. Furious at being tricked, she immediately rushed toward my second uncle's house, running into my drunken father along the way. When she told him that my second uncle had taken all 100 caddies of fish for himself, my father immediately sobered up in anger, and the two marched straight toward the second son's home. Smelling the soup from outside the courtyard, my father anxiously hammered on the door. Terrified, my second uncle opened it, but my father pushed him aside while my grandmother slapped him for being an ungrateful wretch who forgot his mother. They burst inside to find my second uncle's wife calmly drinking her soup. Unlike my mother, she was completely fearless because her family lived nearby, and her 3 elder brothers, the eldest being a production team leader, would fiercely defend her. When my father darkly demanded to know where the big fish were, she disdainfully pointed to 2 basins in the corner. My father frowned, seeing only a pile of tiny fish and frozen offal. My second uncle's wife mocked them, calling the prize a pile of stinky fish and rotten shrimp. My furious grandmother stomped her feet and called her a vixen, but the wife shot right back, bringing up the 30 yuan the old family still owed them, and threatening to call her brothers if my grandmother cursed her again. My second uncle desperately explained that only the top layer of the sack contained big fish, while the bottom was entirely offal. My grandmother refused to believe him, insisting she had checked the bags herself and blaming the wife for teaching him to lie. The room erupted into a massive, chaotic argument, with the greedy family members screaming at each other over the scraps. At that very moment, completely unaware of their misery, I was sitting comfortably at home. I was holding a bowl of hot fish soup and a steamed bun, happily praising my mother's excellent cooking. My mother smiled but asked if it was wrong of me to have paid off my grandmother with dog food. I grinned and replied that given how cruel they were, I didn't even want to give them the dog food. I noted that in these hard times, offal was still real food, and if they didn't want it, I would gladly take the scraps right back. With the wolves cleared out, the heavy shadow over the village finally dissipated. I spent the next 2 comfortable days focusing on my physical training and teaching my 2 little wolf cubs, Dakyong and Erkyong. The golden fox stayed lazy, eating and sleeping all day, though she was clean enough to always go outside to do her business. My mother was finally relaxed, often going down to the village to chat with the neighbors. I was just wiping down my new Mauser pistol, planning a trip into the mountain to test it, when my mother rushed in. She frantically explained that the production team's grain storage was under a massive rat infestation. These were no ordinary rats. They were red-furred, cat-sized beasts that completely ignored the village cats and even ate rat poison like candy. Recognizing the extreme danger of a ruined winter ration and a potential plague, I immediately put on my coat and grabbed my gun to check it out. As I walked toward the warehouse, I noticed the golden fox was silently tracking me from a distance. I called out and welcomed her to join the show, and she quickly caught up to walk right by my side. When we arrived at the grain warehouse, a panicked crowd was watching several young men swing shovels and pickaxes in vain at the fast-moving pests. The villagers were stunned to see me show up with the legendary fox. The golden fox casually strolled into the courtyard and suddenly leaped, biting a giant rat to death in one go. She tossed it aside to play with it, completely refusing to eat it. Seeing her power, I encouraged her to keep going. She dashed out like an arrow, utilizing intelligent herding tactics to corner and slaughter the giant rats effortlessly. Captain Lu Hai was overjoyed, joking that I had brought a deity to save next year's seeds. I asked him if the fox could earn some wages for her hard labor, and he immediately ordered a villager to fetch a chicken as an offering. Realizing the warehouse was too large to clear, in a single day, Lu Hai offered to record daily work points for me in exchange for the fox's continued hunting. I used the opportunity to negotiate a deal, promising to keep the fox working to eradicate the rat problem, if the brigade would officially arrange a lighter, comfortable job for my mother to keep her occupied. Lu Hai smiled and agreed to the trade. Captain Lu Hai agreed to my arrangement, and I was thrilled. I looked at the fox and promised her that if she cleared the rats, I would hunt pheasants for her. Over the last 2 days, I had nicknamed her Dodgy as a joke, but she seemed to accept it. Motivated by the promise of pheasants, Dodgy went into overdrive, killing rats efficiently without eating them. A villager brought her a slaughtered chicken as an offering, which she ate before resuming the hunt. By nightfall, the rat population was visibly decimated. I carried the exhausted fox home, where my mother had prepared a comfortable mat made of leather scraps and cloth. I told my mother the great news. Once the rat problem was fully resolved, the captain would allow her to join the workforce to earn points and stay occupied. Her face broke into a wide smile, expressing her happiness at feeling useful again and being together as a family. The next morning, I went for my routine training run while Deji slept. Afterward, I checked my mountain traps and successfully retrieved 2 large pheasants. Back home, Daji woke up and let out an incredibly enchanting, cackling laugh upon seeing the prey. I threw her 1 pheasant to eat and saved the second for the next day. Soon after, the man and the fox returned to the warehouse to finish the job. I used a sturdy new spear shaft provided by the production team to repair my weapon, transforming my short spear into a long spear. Utilizing my deeply ingrained military stabbing reflexes, I precisely pierced the fleeing rats. With our combined tactical coordination, we worked efficiently until evening without Daji overexerting herself. Meanwhile, Lu Hai and his team poured boiling water into the rat holes, sealing them permanently with stones, lime powder, and mud plaster. The great rat extermination battle concluded in a complete victory, and the brigade members thoroughly accepted me as one of their own. As I walked home under the bright moonlight, carrying Daji through the snow-covered forest, I looked down at her. I jokingly asked if she was truly a fox spirit capable of transforming into a human. She let out another enchanting cackle, sending a sudden shiver down my spine as I wondered if she really had become a spirit. I carried the fox home and carefully handed her to my mother, Lu Xiulan, who tucked her into her leather mat. My mother brought me hot meat soup and urged me to rest, but I told her I wanted to secure all our New Year's goods before the heavy snow locked down the mountain. This reminded her that the new year was fast approaching. As we spoke, I noticed she was being unusually enthusiastic and clearly hiding something. With a bright grin, she reminded me that I would turn 18 in 3 days. She revealed that second aunt had brought up a potential marriage with fourth uncle's daughter, who was exactly my age. I was completely stunned by the idea of getting a wife so early. My mother insisted it was the norm in the countryside and noted she could help raise the children while she was still strong. I tried to delay it, pointing out that our house was too small and our conditions were poor. I sweet-talked her, suggesting that with my hunting skills, I could marry an even better girl in 2 years once our lives improved. My coaxing worked perfectly, and she happily agreed that we should find someone truly special. Chatting with her by the oil lamp brought a deep warmth to my heart. In my previous life, my family was incredibly wealthy, but my father was a scoundrel, and my mother succumbed to depression. I had never felt true maternal warmth until now. As I lay in bed, I've watched her thin figure carefully mending my jacket under the kerosene lamp, and tears welled up in my eyes. I drifted into a deep sleep, dreaming of a gentle, loving mother tucking me in. When I woke up, I felt a fluffy presence beside me. It was the fox lazily rubbing her soft fur against my arm. As I played with her, a sudden rush of heavy footsteps echoed from the yard, followed by someone shouting frantically for me to come out because something big had just happened. I was startled when Captain Lu Hai rushed frantically into my room, sweating profusely despite the freezing weather outside. He breathlessly explained that a group of 6 newly arrived educated youth had taken the wrong path and wandered deep into the mountain by themselves. My expression turned grim as I analyzed the situation. I reminded the captain that the white wolf king I killed recently had likely been driven toward our village by an even fiercer predator or dangerous poachers hiding in the wilderness. If those helpless greenhorns crossed paths with whatever had terrorized the wolf pack, they would stand absolutely no chance of survival. Lu Hai panicked even more, urging me to grab my weapons so we could launch a search party. I quickly packed my Mauser pistol, a heavy supply of ammunition, my military knife, and my repaired long spear. Before I walked out, my mother carefully wrapped me in my grandfather's thick bearskin cloak, reminding me to be cautious. She also tied my water skin and a bag of dry food to my waist, ensuring I was fully prepared for a long trek. I hurried down to the team headquarters to join Lu Hai and the village militia squad. The militia members did not have firearms, carrying only basic tools like red-tasseled spears, broadswords, and steel forks. As I led the tense group along the narrow mountain paths, the men nervously gossiped about terrifying local legends. They spoke of a massive man-like creature called the human bear, which supposedly grew up to 4 meters tall and hunted down the mountain during the freezing winter months. Lu Hai eventually snapped at them, demanding they shut their mouths before their chattering attracted a real beast. I remained silent, focusing all my attention on observing the snowy landscape for clues. Utilizing my deeply ingrained Special Forces tracking skills and the detailed sheepskin map my grandfather gave me, I paused on a hillside to evaluate our location. I pointed out the exact path the youth must have taken from the opposite ridge. I deduced that since they had been wandering in the freezing cold for hours, they would inevitably seek a place to shelter. The only logical route that offered any cover led directly toward a region known as the Old Forest Land. The moment I mentioned our destination, Lu Hai slapped his thigh in pure horror. The faces of the militia members turned pale with absolute terror as they screamed that we could not enter that area, because the Old Forest Land was notorious tiger territory. The locals call the primeval forest the Old Forest. On my grandfather's map, this area is explicitly marked as tiger territory. The tigers here are Siberian tigers, the largest and most dangerous tigers in the world. Taking on a beast like that with only my compact Mauser pistol would be complete suicide. I touched my holster, my heart pounding as I calculated our odds. Captain Lu Hai noticed my grim expression and worried I might back out. I told him honestly that our weapons were inadequate to handle a tiger. However, I noted that tigers are migratory and change territories, so there was a chance the beast was no longer here. I asked him to make an immediate choice. Should we risk our lives to save the missing educated youth, or turn back? Lu Hai explained that the commune had entrusted these youth to us, so we could not simply abandon them. He suggested looking for clues first, and if we found nothing, we could turn back in good conscience. I agreed with his logic, and we led our small team down the ridge. The deeper we went into the valley, the tenser the atmosphere became. I suddenly stopped because the forest had become far too quiet. I pointed out to Lu Hai that even in the dead of winter, we should have encountered small game like rabbits by now. The complete absence of wildlife meant a massive apex predator had cleared the entire area. The militia members, having no real experience with deep mountain predators, immediately got cold feet. To resolve the situation, I suggested that the unarmed militia retreat to a safe area while Lu Hai and I proceed alone. With only the two of us, we could move faster and use our guns to scare off any threats. Lu Hai agreed and ordered the relieved militia to turn back immediately. With the crowd gone, our movements became much more flexible. We accelerated along the mountain path, reaching a dark, narrow valley by noon. Bending down to inspect the snow, I found fresh footprints. I picked up a handful of snow and dirt to analyze the scent before looking deeper into the trees. I turned to Lu Hai and confirmed that the missing youth had indeed headed straight into the old forest. I looked at the footprints leading deep into the woods and wondered why these educated youth had recklessly entered an unmarked path. I told Captain Lu Hai that their speed should be slow since they didn't know the way, so we needed to catch up immediately. Lu Hai readily agreed to follow my lead. He trusted me completely, knowing that my tiger fang necklace was a legendary token worn only by exceptionally capable hunters. I didn't know at the time that the necklace also emitted a distinct scent that could alert territory-bound predators, signaling a mutual threat to any apex beast nearby. As we tracked the group, I quickly identified areas where they had rested, noting from the discarded wrappers that they had already exhausted their dry rations. My tracking skills deeply impressed Lu Hai, though I secretly reflected that hunting was merely a side job compared to my past military tracking experience. Suddenly, I froze and focused my attention on a tree trunk. I pointed out massive fresh claw marks carved high up into the wood. Lu Hai carefully examined them, ruling out a bear or a leopard due to the specific width and height of the scratches. A cold sweat broke out on our foreheads as the same terrifying name crossed our minds, the Northeast Tiger. Realizing the extreme danger these helpless youth were in, we immediately picked up our pace. The further we went, the more a chilling aura of death seemed to permeate the forest. The snow now reached above our knees, making our trek exhausting. Lu Hai worriedly noted that 3 girls were among the group, including youths from the south who had never experienced a brutal northern winter. I commented on their reckless, adventurous spirit, using advanced vocabulary that surprised Lu Hai. When he questioned my high education level, I vaguely answered that I had attended junior high to hide my true background. Suddenly, I raised my hand and ordered Lu Hai to crouch down. My face turned completely serious as I locked my eyes onto a hillside just ahead. Perched upon a large stone was a massive silhouette. Lu Hai looked closely and felt a wave of tension, recognizing that it was not a human at all, but a formidable golden eagle. I stared up at the massive bird perched on the hillside. While Captain Lu Hai called it a golden eagle, I recognized it as a cinereous vulture. This scavenger species rarely ventures high into the mountains during winter, unless there is a fresh source of carrion nearby. Its presence, along with its massive 3-meter wingspan, signaled a dark and impending danger. I told Lu Hai to remain quiet so we could slip past without provoking it. As we moved cautiously through the trees, I spotted a dying deer collapsed in the snow. I examined its deep, savage puncture wounds and realized they were far too severe to be caused by a wolf or a leopard. I concluded that a massive Siberian tiger was actively hunting in the area. Fortunately, the deer had not been eaten yet, which meant the missing educated youth had not been targeted by the tiger. I urged Lu Hai to pick up the pace. Despite my thin, scrawny frame and history of malnutrition, My special forces stamina allowed me to glide across the deep snow faster than the captain could handle. Suddenly, I stopped at the sight of a fresh pool of blood staining the snow. I inspected it closely and confirmed it was human blood. Lu Hai panicked, fearing the youth had been attacked by the tiger, but I pointed out two distinct knife gashes carved into a nearby tree trunk. I realized they were dealing with something far more calculated than a wild beast: human criminals. We immediately launched into a frantic chase through the woods. Lu Hai struggled to keep up, tumbling into a snowdrift. As he scrambled back to his feet, he found me already crouched low behind a ridge, completely still. In the distance, three armed men holding knives and long spears were forcefully driving a group of captives forward. I whispered my tactical plan to the captain, telling him that I would flank the targets while he stayed back to watch for any hidden accomplices. Lu Hai was hesitant, worried about sending an 18-year-old to face desperate murderers. I looked at him calmly and asked if he wanted those innocent youth to die, or if he wanted me to eliminate the threat. My complete composure startled him. I explained that to me, these criminals were no different than the wild beasts I hunted, but I needed him to testify that I acted in self-defense. Lu Hai firmly agreed, declaring that my safety mattered more to him than anyone else's. Confident in my abilities, I prepared my weapons to launch a lethal ambush on the captors. I quickly moved through the pine trees and snow, completely vanishing like a ghost. I circled around to find the perfect ambush point. As I got closer, I saw the three captors clearly. They wore tattered animal skins and their faces were caked in mud. They consisted of one fat man and two thin ones. The tall, thin leader, Liang Sanjin, carried a Japanese Type 38 rifle. I pricked up my ears and heard them making vile, lecherous threats to eat the captives and assault the young girls. When a male educated youth bravely fought back, the short, thin criminal began viciously beating him on the ground. I knew time was running out. Their attention was entirely fixed on the beating, and the fat man had his back turned to me, perfectly blocking the leader. I chose my moment, suddenly stood up, and scattered the snow covering my cloak. Drawing on deep muscle memory, I assumed the precise Weaver shooting stance, extending one arm straight while bending the other to secure the Mauser pistol. I squeezed the trigger decisively. A loud bang echoed through the forest, and a crimson blood flower bloomed on the back of the fat man's head. He dropped dead instantly. My shot exposed my position. Liang Sanjin reacted with terrifying speed, firing his rifle toward me. I immediately hit the deck as the bullet grazed my scalp. Shocked that I had evaded his shot, the leader realized he was dealing with a military-grade expert. As he pulled his rifle bolt to chamber another round, the short, thin criminal grabbed a machete and charged wildly at me. When I stood up, the charging man was only a dozen steps away. Without a moment's hesitation, I raised my gun and fired two rapid shots directly into his torso. As his body staggered forward, I executed a seamless follow-up, firing a third shot cleanly into his head. Seeing my precise double tap and headshot execution, Liang Sanjin panicked. His hands fumbled with the cold rifle bolt. I smoothly shifted my stance, bending my knees and waist forward to engage the target using my body's natural point of aim. I squeezed the trigger repeatedly, emptying the magazine into his chest. Liang Sanjin cried out and collapsed into the snow. Keeping my muzzle trained on him, I moved forward cautiously and kicked his Type 38 rifle away. As he lay there gasping through bloody foam, he stared up at my childish face in absolute shock, unable to believe that the lethal marksman who had just eliminated his entire gang was merely a teenager. Captain Lu Hai rushed over, completely stunned by my precise shooting methods. Realizing my movements seemed far too professional for a teenager, I quickly threw my Mauser pistol onto the snow and forced myself to retch violently. I cried and sniffled, pretending to be utterly terrified by the killings. Lu Hai comforted me, relieved that my reaction finally matched my actual age. The rescued educated youth quickly gathered around us. Their leader, a fair-skinned girl named Zhao Xiaotian, thanked us and introduced her group. Lu Hai light-heartedly revealed his identity and introduced me as the mountain guard. I immediately cut the chatter short, warning everyone that a tiger was active nearby. Suddenly, a terrifying roar like muffled thunder echoed across the mountain, signaling a hungry tiger descending to hunt. Lu Hai panicked and shouted for everyone to run. Knowing his shouts would immediately give away our location, I made a quick tactical decision. Because one of the youth was injured, they could never outrun the beast as a group. Guided by my deeply ingrained military code never to abandon comrades, I ordered Lu Hai to lead the group away, while I acted as bait to lure the tiger in the opposite direction. I instructed him to light a smoke signal once they reached safety so I would know they were out of danger. Before he could argue, I dashed off into the woods like a rabbit. I stopped running when the massive tiger appeared less than 100 paces ahead of me. It had a deep, distinct scar across its face and stared at me playfully. I calmly raised my gun and fired a shot. The intelligent tiger quickly dodged, but its leap was exactly what I anticipated. The moment it jumped, I fired a precise follow-up shot, grazing its thick paw and leaving a bloody mark. Enraged by the pain, the tiger charged at me furiously. I zipped directly into the thick trees to confuse it. When the beast entered the woods, it paused, completely losing sight of me. As it cautiously circled around, trying to locate my position, I took aim from my hidden spot and fired a direct shot straight into its rear. The tiger let out a horrific roar of pain and embarrassment upon realizing there was an extra bloody hole drilled into its backside. I stood up from the snowdrift 40 meters away and immediately sprinted off. The tiger tried to give chase, but its hind leg was far too painful to handle the speed. It roared in absolute fury, shaking the snow off the surrounding trees, driven completely mad by the most cunning human it had ever encountered. They say you can't touch a tiger's butt, but I went deep twice and shot a permanent hole right into its backside. Leaving the hobbled beast behind, I sprinted along the narrow mountain path to catch up with the group. Captain Lu Hai was near the hillside, preparing to light a smoke signal when I emerged from the trees. He rushed over and grabbed my shoulders, checking me over frantically while scolding me out of pure concern. I grinned and told him that since I put a bullet in the tiger's rear, it could no longer chase us. Lu Hai burst into proud laughter, amazed by my daring feat. He pinched my face to teach me a lesson about personal heroism, and I quickly promised never to pull such a reckless stunt again. He then happily promised to pull some strings with the commune militia to secure plenty of pistol ammunition for me. Lu Hai invited me to his house for braised pork and drinks, jokingly suggesting that I should marry one of the city girls we just rescued. I immediately shook my head, explaining that I was a wild mountain kid who couldn't adapt to city ways. Ultimately, all the lost educated youth were brought back safely. When we arrived at the village, the locals cheered for me, whispering that I must be a mountain god descending. My mother rushed through the crowd, checking me for injuries. When Lu Hai jokingly told her what I did, she gave me a gentle slap, scolding me for messing with a tiger. The villagers erupted into good-natured, vulgar teasing about the tiger's rear, which Lu Hai quickly shut down to respect the female comrades. One of the educated youth, Zhao Xiaotian, covered her mouth and giggled, finding the rural villagers incredibly pure and simple compared to the city. However, another male youth named Li Qing sneered at the vulgarity of the crowd. His companion, Zhang Ling, immediately shot him down, noting that working people are truly beautiful and that the banter simply showed their deep affection for me. I ignored their bickering entirely. My only goal was to serve the production team, so my mother and sister would be well respected. Lu Hai wrapped his arm around my shoulder, telling my mother that I would stay at his house tonight to sleep on his heated brick bed and attend a team meeting. My mother smiled warmly and agreed to let me go. During the general meeting that night, Captain Lu Hai only mentioned that I had injured the Northeast tiger. He completely hid the fact that I had killed the 3 robbers. None of the rescued educated youth raised any objections either. Once we were alone, I asked Lu Hai about his decision. He lowered his voice and explained that those desperate criminals deserved to die, and hiding the truth would protect me from a thorough investigation regarding my unusually precise, military-grade shooting skills. He advised me to keep my secrets buried deep inside my stomach and never tell a soul. He then asked if I had any ulterior motives, and I assured him I only wanted to live a good life and protect the village. Lu Hai then invited me to join a newly organized mountain patrol team tasked with preventing forest fires and occasionally assisting the Public Security Bureau. I was thrilled and asked if this would allow me to venture into the deep mountains. He smirked, revealing he knew I had hidden the dead robber's Japanese Type 38 rifle. He told me to retrieve it carefully and promised to secure the bullets, adding that he would help me get an official permit for it by spring. Furthermore, he tasked me with checking on a remote dower village, deep in the mountains once the spring snow melted, as the commune did not want to lose touch with their ethnic minority brothers. We arrived at Lu Hai's home, where his welcoming wife Xue Cuihua had prepared a fresh pot of stewed braised pork. I also met his 20-year-old son Flu Jianjun, who praised my skills and mentioned that a talented young dowerman from the village had almost become the mountain guardian before me. I asked if I had accidentally stolen the job, but Lu Hai shook his head sadly. Lu Jianjun explained that the young man had been the very first victim of the recent wolf pack. He had bravely stayed behind to cover everyone's retreat after a commune director named Wang gave blind, chaotic orders. The young man was eventually surrounded and torn apart by the wolves. When Lu Jianjun openly cursed Director Wang for the tragedy, Lu Hai immediately scolded him, warning him never to repeat such dangerous words to avoid bringing severe trouble upon our family. During our dinner, Captain Lu Hai explained that the chaotic security director, Director Wang, was a complete coward who ran away instead of handling the wolf threat properly. I listened intently, understanding the complex administrative layout of our vast and sparsely populated Qinglong ravine. Lu Hai practically managed all 80 households of Lujia village alone. As we drank strong white wine and ate braised pork, my throat burned. Lu Hai laughed and told me I needed to practice drinking because it was a vital skill to withstand the cold wind in the mountains. He then advised me that once the heavy snow sealed the mountain in a few days, I should transition to patrolling the village to deter year-end thieves. Furthermore, because I had graduated from junior high, he wanted me to help guide the newly arrived educated youth, jokingly calling me the top student of our village. Suddenly, a massive snowstorm began falling outside, reminding me that I needed to hurry up with my final hunting trips before winter fully locked us down. Just then, an urgent knock rattled the door. A villager named Lu Xiaowu burst in, frantically crying that his young daughter was twitching with a dangerously high fever and needed to go to the clinic at the foot of the mountain. Lu Hai worriedly noted that the 10-li journey down the treacherous mountain road in a blizzard would likely kill her. I insisted on checking her condition first, using my night-walking experience to offer help. We rushed over to Xiaowu's house and found the little girl convulsing pale in her mother's arms, while an old local doctor named Sun Langzhong helplessly shook his head. I touched her forehead and confirmed she was suffering from high fever convulsions. I immediately ordered them to strip off her clothes and prepare warm water to wipe down her body. Lu Hai recalled having paracetamol tablets at the brigade office and ran off to retrieve them. When the old doctor ignorantly protested, claiming that stripping the girl would freeze her and that she should instead sweat it out on the heated bed, I furiously yelled at the quack to shut up before he killed the child. Backed by my firm command, the panicked parents immediately followed my medical instructions. Backed by Captain Lu Hai's authority, everyone at Lu Xiaowu's house followed my directions. Xiaowu boiled water while his wife undressed the little girl and wiped her down. When Lu Hai returned with the paracetamol tablets, we dissolved them in water and poured it down her throat. Within 40 minutes, her body calmed and the fever subsided. Lu Hai was amazed, asking if I knew medical skills, but I lied and said I had simply learned the trick from a doctor. In reality, emergency field first aid was a mandatory skill from my special forces training. I told Lu Hai that while her fever had gone down, she still required antibiotics. He decided we should walk down the mountain to the clinic to fetch them ourselves rather than risking the child's life in the storm. As we braved the blizzard, Lu Hai jokingly noted that if I weren't my mother's son, he would suspect me of being a secret agent due to my handling of weapons and medical emergencies. I assured him I was entirely reliable, and he patted my shoulder, telling me to focus on staying home safely since the wars were over. We reached the foot of the mountain and entered the clinic. The doctor on duty turned out to be Dr. Zhang. He recognized me instantly and handed me a mug of hot water. When Lu Hai asked how we knew each other, Dr. Zhang explained that I used to bring my little sister Pang Qian to him whenever she fell ill, and that I had asked him to teach me how to treat common diseases to protect her. Relieved by the explanation, Lu Hai watched as Dr. Zhang provided us with a dose of early-stage penicillin, known colloquially as Big Oil. Our return journey up the mountain was brutal. The heavy, freezing snowflakes felt like small knives cutting into my face. By the time we stepped back into the village, the harsh wind had frostbitten my cheeks, causing the skin to crack and ooze blood. We administered the medicine to the little girl, and her condition immediately improved. Xiaowu thanked us profusely, and I bid him goodbye. Back at the captain's house, his wife Xue Cuihua anxiously applied lard to my frostbitten face and set me up to sleep on the warm brick bed. The next morning, after enjoying a hearty breakfast, I finally headed back toward my house. Along the way, the grateful villagers greeted me warmly. Just as I reached the mountain path, Zhao Xiaotian, the female-educated youth with the braided pigtails, came running after me. She explained that their injured comrade urgently needed nutrition and asked if I could sell them some meat. I was startled when the female-educated youth, Zhao Xiaotian, approached me to buy meat to nourish their injured comrade. To protect myself from potential gossip or legal trouble, I told her that all meat distribution had to go through official channels. I agreed to accompany her to see Captain Lu Hai. As we walked, she eagerly asked if I had really killed a wolf king. I replied modestly, noting that I was simply fulfilling my revolutionary duty to protect the village. While she praised my high awareness, I realized she had very high standards and was not my type. I was a realist, focused solely on daily survival. When we met Lu Hai outside his home, he understood the situation and took her to the team headquarters to put the meat sale to a vote, allowing me to finally return home. Back inside our cabin, my mother, Lu Xiulin, was busy processing wolf skins to make me a mattress. I told her the captain wanted me to officially join the mountain patrol team. She jokingly mentioned that second aunt's matchmaking attempt had already failed because the local girl's family looked down on us for being poor. I was secretly overjoyed but pretended to be annoyed. Before heading back out, I instructed my mother to only sell meat to the educated youth if the captain formally approved it, explaining the legal risks of private sales. She completely agreed with my caution. I packed a food bag, grabbed the fox Daji, and headed back into the mountains to recover the weapon I had hidden after the shootout. When we reached the slope, Daji initially tried to block my path, but she relented and followed once I explained that a large rifle would allow us to hunt much bigger prey. By afternoon, we reached the old forest land. I dug into the snow and successfully retrieved the Japanese Type 38 rifle. I then searched for the 3 robbers. Their bodies had already been scavenged by wild beasts, but I managed to bury the remains. The looting turned out to be an absolute jackpot. On the leader's body, I found a functioning pair of Japanese military binoculars. Even more shocking, he was carrying 2 standard Japanese cowhide bullet pouches, packed with over 100 rounds of live ammunition. I searched the other 2 criminals and discovered 3 more bullet pouches on the fat one, and a fully loaded Nambu Type 14 pistol, a Wangba box and hidden on the thin one. I buckled the gear onto myself, completely stunned by the massive haul, and feeling a wave of lingering fear at how heavily armed they had actually been. After analyzing the gear of the dead bandits, I concluded that the fat man was merely an ammunition carrier, while the skinny one possessed only basic shooting skills. The Nambu Type 14 pistol, or Wangba box, that I recovered had an enlarged trigger guard for winter use. Though prone to jamming, it was still functioning. I slung my newly acquired Japanese Type 38 carbine over my shoulder and packed away the bullets. On my way back, I spotted a massive male roe deer foraging 300 meters away. Since no one was around, I decided to test the rifle. I pulled the bolt, loaded a round, and silently closed the distance. At 300 meters, a pistol would be useless, but this rifle was perfect. I took aim, held my breath, and calculated the wind and terrain. I pulled the trigger, and the deer collapsed instantly. This accurate weapon would be invaluable for spring hunting. As I was tying the deer's legs, a rustling noise startled me. 2 lingering wolves suddenly leaped from the bushes to ambush me. Armed with my Mauser pistol, I fired 2 quick shots, sending both wolves to join their dead king. I dragged my heavy load of prey back toward the cabin. By the time I reached the gate, it was pitch black. My mother was standing outside holding an oil lamp waiting for me. Her presence warmed my heart. She helped me store the deer and wolves in our cellar before serving dinner to me and Daji. While eating, I asked if the educated youth had bought our meat. My mother confirmed they had paid 1 yuan through Captain Lu Hai, who handled the actual transaction. She noted that the captain praised my caution, as a private meat trade could get us into serious trouble. I mentioned my plan to hunt extensively over the next few days to secure more meat. I wanted to trade the surplus within the village for building materials and labor so we could construct a proper house with a heated brick bed by spring. My mother agreed that letting the captain organize the villagers would be the safest approach. Suddenly, Daji perked up and stared intently at the front door. I instantly went cold, sensing the shift in the air. I reached out, grabbed my gun off the table, and whispered to my startled mother that a thief was lurking right outside our house. I motioned to my mother to stay quiet and stepped out the door. The moment I opened it, Daji shot out into the dark. Her eyes glowed eerie green in the night as my shadow stretched across the snow. Near our cellar, I spotted 2 thieves squatting and attempting to steal my roe deer. I raised my gun and calmly stated that stealing was a bad habit. The 2 men froze in absolute terror as they stared down my dark muzzle. Daji seized the opening and bit one of them on the wrist, causing him to drop the heavy deer with a loud thud. I ordered them to drop any weapons and lie flat on the ground. Running from my rifle was impossible. Once they were securely tied up, my mother approached with the oil lamp. To her immense surprise, she recognized them as Quan Mazi and old uncle. She explained that by seniority, they were my uncle and great-uncle from my grandmother's side, though we rarely had contact with them. I insisted on taking them straight to Captain Lu Hai. My mother initially hesitated to avoid family embarrassment, but I reminded her that our safety was at stake if we let this slide. She relented and let me decide. When we arrived at Lu Hai's house, the captain kicked the thieves in a fit of rage, threatening to send them to the police station. The panicked men pleaded for mercy, claiming they only wanted some meat. Lu Hai declared they would face a mandatory public criticism meeting instead of jail, but warned them that any future offenses would lead to severe consequences. He turned to me for my input. I coldly warned the thieves that if they ever targeted my home again, my gun would not be so obedient. Lu Hai backed me up completely, stating that from now on, anyone caught stealing from the mountain guardian could be shot on sight without question. Lu Hai used this harsh punishment to make an example out of them. He knew my skills were highly valuable and that the state farm would gladly hire me if the village failed to protect my interests. By noon the next day, the captain held a general village meeting. He emphasized my indispensable role in defending the community from lethal beast attacks and established a strict rule. Anyone who dared to harm me would be permanently expelled from the village. This severe warning completely eliminated any lingering thoughts of theft among the locals. Meanwhile, I skipped the meeting to continue hunting deep in the mountains. While trekking through the thick snow, I suddenly stopped in my tracks. I stared in absolute shock at a small frozen corpse half buried in the winter drift. My heart sank as I whispered to myself, wondering how a child could have ended up dead out here in the wilderness. I looked at the corpse in shock. After a careful examination, I discovered signs of severe physical abuse. This was not a simple case of a child freezing to death. Someone had brutally tortured and murdered this little girl. The tracks at the scene led down the mountain, away from our village. I immediately turned back to find Captain Lu Hai. When I informed Lu Hai, He initially assumed her family had abandoned her because they could not afford to raise her. I firmly corrected him, explaining that she had been tortured to death. I told him that if he refused to handle it, I would report it to the police station myself. My words moved him, and he ordered the vice captain and a few militia members to help me retrieve the body before the wild beasts could get to it. Meanwhile, he called the authorities at the state farm. By dusk, Director Zhao Changhe from the police station arrived with a female officer named Xiao Liu. I described the scene and the clues in detail. My professional analysis deeply impressed the director. The officers debated whether the killer was a local villager or a bandit like Sui Sanjin. I pointed out that a child would have cried and caused a scene if dragged through a crowded village, so it was unlikely to happen completely covertly. I suggested a different theory. The little girl might have been bought from human traffickers. Director Zhao agreed that we needed to investigate thoroughly. He ordered Xiao Lu to check the neighboring villages for missing children. Then, he asked me to lead a search party deep into the mountain the following morning. Noting that I was a mountain guardian wandering the wilderness alone, he asked if I had a firearm. Lu Hai stepped in, explaining that I was a skilled hunter but lacked a proper gun. Director Zhao understood the reality of the situation. He instructed his officers to register me and issue an official firearm permit. However, he strictly warned me that I could only carry the gun during my official mountain patrols and never outside the designated area. I readily agreed to follow the regulations. When the director asked about my blind father who had kicked out such a talented son, Lu Hai simply mentioned my former family, leaving the officer completely stunned. Director Zhao Changhe was shocked to learn that I was the second son of the old Pang family. He scoffed at my abusive father, who had kicked out a talented son while keeping a useless favorite at home. Since Director Zhao was related to my second aunt, he treated me like family and assured me that my firearm registration would be approved, as long as I promised never to take the gun out of the mountains. Officer Xiao Liu also had a great impression of my sharp tracking skills and suggested to Director Zhao that I should be developed into an official local patrolman to assist the police. When they discussed searching the mountain to arrest the notorious bandit Sui Sanjin, Captain Lu Hai smiled and dropped a bombshell, revealing that I had already eliminated him. Realizing that keeping it hidden could cause legal trouble later if any rescued educated youth talked too much, I came clean to the officers. I admitted that I killed him and recovered a battered Japanese Type 38 rifle, which I kept at my house. I explained that I buried the 3 corpses near the old forest land, though wild beasts had already scavenged them. Director Zhao froze, but his response left us completely dumbfounded. He revealed that Sui Sanjin gang actually consisted of 7 members in total. My back was instantly covered in cold sweat. If we had only killed 3, the remaining 4 bandits were still at large and could easily target my mother and sister for revenge. Director Zhao asked if I dared to lead a search party into the back mountain at dawn to catch the rest of the gang. I agreed without a single moment of hesitation. I then hurried back home to protect my family, while Director Zhao promised to officially approve my patrolman status, which would provide me with a vital annual subsidy of around 100 yuan. After I left, Officer Xiao Lu asked who had taught me such extraordinary lethal marksmanship. Lu Hai covered for me, claiming he had trained me himself and boasting that I was simply a natural-born sharpshooter. However, the captain suddenly remembered a critical detail. He pointed out that my house had been burglarized by the 2 thieves just yesterday, right before the little girl's body was discovered today. He wondered if those shameless men were actually scouting my property for the bandits rather than merely craving meat. Director Zhao jumped to his feet, recognizing the extreme importance of the clue, and ordered Lu Hai to bring the 2 thieves in for questioning immediately. However, the messenger returned moments later with terrifying news. Quan Mazi and his father had already completely vanished from the village. Walking toward my mountain cabin, I felt a sharp, sudden killing intent emanating from the nearby woods. I directed a cold, steely glare into the thick bushes, causing the hidden ambushers to panic and duck low into the snow. Recognizing that these criminals were actively courting their own deaths, I sneered silently and hurried inside my home. The moment I stepped through the door, my worried mother began questioning my late return. I immediately cut her off, raising a finger for silence while gripping my Japanese Type 38 rifle. I ordered her to take my little sister Pang Qian down into the basement hideout immediately. Sensing the dangerous shift in my aura, she did not ask questions and moved quickly. I then instructed the fox, Dodgy, to follow them and protect my family before I securely closed and concealed the entrance. Slung with my rifle, I slipped silently into the dark night to circle around the threats. The bandits, thinking they were undetected, began surrounding my pitch-black courtyard. Led by a man they called Second Master, they sought revenge for their fallen comrade, Sanner. As their first man flipped over the fence toward a faintly lit window, I pulled my trigger. A crisp bang echoed as my bullet took him down, and the shell casing dropped onto the snow. Panicked by my unseen position, the leader ordered his men to burn my wooden house down. The moment a bandit produced a tinderbox to ignite the flame, I fired a second shot, executing a clean headshot. Desperate, the leader ordered another man to retrieve the tinderbox. I fired a third time, dropping him instantly. The remaining bandits realized in absolute horror that the deadly gunfire was not coming from inside the courtyard, but from right behind them. The leader ordered a tactical retreat into the yard, deducing that I was utilizing the ambient window light and the height of the tinderbox to pinpoint their heads. Once they scrambled behind the courtyard fence, the gunfire temporarily ceased. The leader leaned against the fence and sneered, confident he had figured me out. However, his warm breath created a tiny disturbance in the freezing air, exposing his position. I squeezed the trigger, piercing the fence and his skull in one shot. Terrified by the supernatural precision of my marksmanship, the remaining survivors broke cover and ran in separate directions to escape. I systematically tracked them through my rifle scope. I shot the first man down as he cleared the fence. I bypassed a second man running out into an open field, choosing instead to train my muzzle back on the fence line. As predicted, the next bandit peered out to check on his companions, and my bullet met his head instantly. Finally, I whipped the rifle back toward the open field and eliminated the last running target. I descended from my perch on the tree and walked into the corpse-strewn courtyard. Inspecting the dead leader, I found a Nambu Type 14 pistol and a pineapple grenade. I left the firearm behind to avoid suspicion but kept the grenade. I also searched his coat and pulled out a thick stack of great unity bills totaling about 100 yuan. As I pocketed the cash, a sudden rush of urgent footsteps echoed from the mountain path, followed by someone shouting frantically to check if I was all right. Director Zhao Changhe and Officer Liu hurried up the mountain with Captain Lu Hai after hearing the first gunshot. Following the trail of bodies to my courtyard, they were completely shocked by the clinical one-sided slaughter. Officer Liu confirmed that every single bandit had been eliminated with a flawless headshot. The precise angles revealed I had been lurking in a tree, using the house's window light to drive and target the enemies like wild beasts. While the officers marveled at my terrifying, seemingly supernatural marksmanship, Lu Hai reassured them that my background was entirely transparent, leaving Director Zhao to conclude that my skills were a product of pure, exceptional natural talent. When they called out to me, I stepped out from the gate, wearing my camouflaged leather and bear hide coat. I chose to be open and admitted that I fired the shots, explaining that the beasts were attempting to burn down my house with my mother and sister inside. I purposefully told Director Zhao to do with me as he saw fit, knowing he wouldn't arrest me for defending my family. Director Zhao laughed, confirming the bandits deserved to die, and noting the absurdity of their Nambu Type 14 pistol, losing completely to my Type 38 rifle without them firing a single shot. Lu Hai ruffled my hair, half-jokingly, questioning if I was the reincarnation of a killing god, and wondering how I would ever find a wife after killing 10 people. Director Zhao defended me, arguing that mountain guardians are frontline defenders who must shoot to protect their lineage. However, to ensure my safety, Director Zhao decided to commend my actions internally rather than making the story public. Both men agreed this would prevent me from being ostracized, though they worried the local villagers would still find out. I secretly didn't mind, believing that a relationship would only slow down my draw speed. Suddenly, Director Zhao turned to the female forensic examiner, Officer Liu, and asked if she had a partner. When she confirmed she was single, Director Zhao chuckled and looked at me, suggesting that since her profession made regular men hesitant to pursue her, her 3-year age advantage over me made us a perfectly matched golden couple. After the commotion, Officer Liu Jiaqi and I had a rather unexpected and slightly awkward conversation. To my surprise, when Director Zhao jokingly suggested she become my wife, she generously agreed, stating she didn't mind if I didn't. Her blunt honesty apparently scares away other suitors, but it left me completely speechless. Director Zhao then steered the conversation back to serious business. He suspected Li Erhei was Sui Sanjin's accomplice, but the identities of the other attackers remained a mystery. He wondered who had leaked the news of Sui Sanjin's death, and my friend Lu Hai pointed out that only a few of us, including the young educated youths, knew about it. Director Zhao decided to suspend tomorrow's planned operation and told me to lay low. He took the attacker's Wangba box pistol, but promised to approve some Type 38 rifle ammunition for me from their confiscated stash. After they cleaned up the bodies and left, I felt a wave of relief. Luckily, I still had a hidden Wangba box pistol and a melon grenade left over as my ultimate trump cards. When I finally went inside to check on my mother and sister, my mother was furious and hit me out of pure worry, terrified that I was risking my life. To calm her down and distract her, I awkwardly mentioned that Director Zhao had tried to set me up with Officer Liu. The distraction worked perfectly. My mother instantly thrilled at the idea of a beautiful, educated policewoman as a daughter-in-law, completely forgetting her anger. I gently pointed out that a hunter and a cop might not be the most practical match, and she agreed we shouldn't rush things. When she asked about the noise outside, I lied and told her they were just firecrackers, keeping the truth about the lethal shootout to myself. She felt relieved, realizing now why having a gun in these deep mountains was so necessary. Before heading to bed, we agreed that instead of me venturing deep into the mountains alone tomorrow, the whole family would go to the lakeside together to catch some fish and hunt for roe deer. This way we could gather enough goods for the new year before winter fully sets in and forces us to stay indoors. Because things hadn't been peaceful on the mountain lately, I decided it would be safer to bring my mother and my little sister, Pong Qian, along with me to the lake. I borrowed some fishing tools, and we pulled our ice sleds down the mountain. Pong Qian sat on the sled, laughing and waving her hands in excitement. Once we reached the lake, I used an ice pick to chisel 2 holes in the thick ice and lowered the nets. While we waited, I pushed Pong Qian around on an ice floe, and my mother watched us play with a constant smile on her face. When it was time to pull up the nets, we were thrilled to see we had caught quite a few fish. Suddenly, a group of fierce-looking men carrying sticks and ice picks rushed out from the woods. Their leader, an arrogant guy, aggressively demanded to know who gave us permission to fish there. I shielded my mother behind me and confronted them. When I pointed out they were miles away from their own production team territory, the leader insulted me. Without hesitating, I delivered a sharp headbutt straight to his face, sending him to the ground with a bloody nose. As the others moved to attack, I drew my speedometer gun and fired a warning shot into the sky. I coldly warned them that as a mountain guardian, I could legally treat them as armed thieves or murderers for crossing the blockade into the mountains. Terrified by the gun, the rest of the crew dropped their weapons and abandoned their leader, running back into the woods. The leader, whose name was Li Mu, was a notorious local bully used to getting his way. Even on the ground, he kept cursing at me. I put my gun down, took off my heavy coat, and drew my knife to teach him a real lesson. He thought he could beat me because he was taller, but I easily swept his legs, stomped on his face, and broke his front teeth. I straddled him and started slapping him for insulting my mother. My mother tried to stop me, but I reminded her that handling armed intruders was my job. When Li Mu kept shouting threats, I shoved my gleaming dagger right into his mouth, promising to cut out his tongue if he didn't shut up. Just then, Director Zhao Changhe called out from the woods, telling me to stop. I looked down at the stubborn bully and sneered, ready to see how much longer he could keep up his tough act. Director Zhao Changhe hurried over after hearing from some panicked young men that I was fighting the local bully, Li Mu. He was terrified that my 17-year-old skinny self would be completely crushed by a 23-year-old brute. But when he arrived, he found me straddling Li Mu, slapping him, and holding a knife to his face. Director Zhao yanked me away, demanding to know why I brought a knife to a fistfight. I calmly pointed out the blunt weapons, sickles, and sticks scattered on the ground. I intentionally mentioned that the murder victims found yesterday had blunt and sharp force injuries, and that Li Mu and his crew fit the profile perfectly. By weaving these keywords together, I framed Li Mu as a prime suspect who had crossed the mountain blockade. Director Zhao had no choice but to order his men to take Li Mu away for investigation. Even if Li Mu was innocent, public suspicion would ruin him. Officer Liu Jiaqi later noted to Director Zhao that my strategy was flawless. I had cleverly turned the police into my personal weapon to clear threats from my territory without breaking any laws. Afterward, my family and I returned home to clean and dry our massive catch of fish, ensuring we had plenty of food stored for the long winter. My uncle Lu Qingsong dropped by to bring us 3 comfortable buckwheat hull pillows made by my aunt. I thanked him and happily gifted him several large fish for his family and my grandparents. While I was putting the pillows in my room, my uncle spoke with my mother in the yard. He asked if she planned to find a new husband now that she was free from my abusive father, but she steadfastly refused, saying she was finally at peace living with her children. They also worried about my future, noting that my dangerous job as a mountain guardian made local families reject me as a potential suitor, terrified their daughters would become young widows. Our peaceful afternoon was suddenly shattered by a frantic voice calling from the courtyard gate. A villager ran in, breathless and anxious, yelling for me to hide immediately. He warned us that the furious gang from the advanced production team down the mountain was marching up to get revenge, and they were completely unreasonable. When word reached us that the forward production team was marching up the mountain for revenge, my mother was absolutely furious. My uncle, Lu Qingsong, told me to stay put while he went to check out the situation at the brigade headquarters. I listened from behind the door and couldn't help but laugh. Their team leader, Sun Hongbing, wasn't seeking justice, he was just harboring a criminal. I knew that the longer they made a scene, the more likely they were to get themselves arrested by Director Zhao Changhe. However, I didn't expect they would bring backup. Director Wang, the commune's head of security, had accompanied them. He had been waiting outside the mountains earlier when Director Zhao's arrested Li Mu. Feeling disrespected by Director Zhao and learning about my connection to him, Director Wang decided to use me to assert his dominance. Backed by Director Wang, Sun Hongbing became incredibly arrogant, pointing fingers and insulting Captain Lu Hai. But Lu Hai didn't back down, shoving Sun Hongbing's hand away and threatening to break it off. When Director Wang tried to use his rank to bully Lu Hai into turning me over, he picked the wrong target. Our Lujia village, officially known as the Azure Dragon Production Brigade, maintains critical relations with the mountain tribal villages and is not a direct subordinate of the Happiness Commune. Lu Hai had to protect his own people as our village is tightly knit by clan ties. The village elders and residents erupted in anger. They threw open the headquarters windows, shouting curses and death threats directly at Director Wang, reminding him that we were right next to hundreds of miles of lawless no-man's land. Just as the tension reached its peak, my uncle burst into the room wielding a pickaxe handle, ready to fight for me. Before he could even strike, my other uncle, Lu Xiaowu, grabbed a heavy wooden bench and slammed it directly at Sun Hongbing, roaring at him for trying to bully an orphan and a widow. The brigade headquarters instantly erupted into a massive brawl. When my uncle Lu Xiaowu yelled about a bully targeting an orphan and a widow, It struck a deep chord with the villagers. They already felt a lingering guilt because the village youths had to rely on my protection up in the freezing mountains. This emotional spark exploded, and the men of the Liu clan completely lost their restraint, rushing forward to defend me. Director Wang turned pale with fright and tried to shout them down, but nobody paid any attention to him. Even Captain Lu Hai was completely bewildered. He had initially just wanted to exchange some tough talk with Sun Hongbing to save face, but Director Wang's arrogant posturing had accidentally stirred up a hornet's nest. Lu Hai made a half-hearted attempt to break up the fight, mostly just warning the villagers not to break the expensive office thermos or the light bulbs, effectively letting them continue the beating. The chaos only stopped when our highly respected old village chief, Lu Xiaoti, arrived at the door. He scolded the crowd, and even Lu Hai lowered his head in embarrassment. The old chief then turned on Director Wang, bluntly telling him that I was our village's legitimate mountain guardian, and that the police, not me, had made the arrest. He warned Director Wang that because of his past involvement in the death of the previous guardian, Na Tu, he was not welcome here. When Director Wang tried to use his administrative rank to demand obedience, the old chief dared him to survive a single walk through our treacherous mountains. As Director Wang was losing his temper, I decided to chime in. I had been leisurely leaning against the window frame, eating melon seeds and enjoying the entire spectacle. When Director Wang angrily demanded to know who I was, I laughed and mocked him for seeking me out without even knowing what I looked like. He was visibly stunned that a young guy like me had easily overpowered the massive Li Mu and his gang. Director Wang tried to pull rank again, barking that I wasn't qualified to declare anyone a suspect. I replied that my qualifications came from our captain and this was our jurisdiction. I then openly turned the tables on him, asking through the window if his desperate hurry to defend Li Mu meant he was actually in cahoots with the criminals. He furiously accused me of slander, but I calmly smiled and told him I was just trying to save him. I pointed out the suspicious timing of Li Mu's sudden trek into the mountains right after a murder had occurred, leaving Director Wang completely speechless and trapped by his own foolishness. In an instant, Director Wang broke out in a cold sweat right there in the chilly brigade headquarters. My sharp words completely cornered him. If Li Mu were truly found to be connected to the murder case, Director Wang would be in deep trouble for defending him. His voice trembled slightly as he quickly backpedaled, claiming he only wanted to ask about the situation and that it was all a big misunderstanding. Sun Hongbing realized Director Wang was no match for me. He looked at me with genuine fear, later admitting my intense gaze reminded him of a terrifying childhood encounter with a wild tiger. He knew that if he pushed a mountain guardian like me too far, I could easily let destructive wild boars down the mountain to ruin his village's crops. Captain Lu Hai sensed the shift and offered a way out by telling Sun Hongbing to get lost and stop causing trouble. Taking the hint, Sun Hongbing stepped back to save whatever face remained for everyone. He pulled a humiliated Director Wang away, who didn't dare to retaliate against a desperate gun-toting mountain guardian. After the crowd dispersed, I was about to leave when a vintage metal flashlight on the table caught my eye. It reminded me deeply of my old squad leader back during my military days. Captain Lu Hai noticed me staring and generously tossed the flashlight over to me as an official tool for my mountain patrols. The vice captain and the accountant raised no objections, knowing a flashlight was essential to prevent me from accidentally starting a forest fire with a torch. Holding my new gadget, I jokingly asked if this meant I finally owned a household appliance, which earned me a playful scolding from Captain Lu Hai. To show my appreciation, I offered to hunt some wild game tonight, so we could all enjoy a nice dinner and drinks together at the headquarters. The vice captain eagerly promised to bring his own wine, and I laughed, telling them to wait for me while I headed out to grab our feast. After leaving the brigade headquarters, I headed straight into the mountains with my new flashlight before it got completely dark. I went to check on my traps, but instead of rabbits, I decided to target pheasants, which live in social family units and remain in the area year-round. Back in the army, my old squad leader taught me that if you shine a powerful flashlight directly on a chicken, it will freeze. The bright light completely dizzyatches their advanced visual system and triggers a freezing stress response. Using this trick, I quickly tracked down a pheasant nest huddled beneath some large rocks. I shone the light, paralyzing them instantly, and silently strangled two of them by the neck. Remembering my family, I couldn't resist grabbing a third one, jokingly apologizing to the colorful rooster for taking his hens. When I reached home, my mother was waiting anxiously. I reassured her that the captain had protected me and that I was heading back to the headquarters to cook a meal for the leaders as a thank you. I gave her the largest bird. Seeing the flashlight, she smiled and teased me for acting like a chicken thief. I playfully admitted I had done it a few times before, promising never to steal from the villagers, which eased her mind. Back at the headquarters, Captain Lu Hai and Vice Captain Lu Jian were amazed by how quickly I had secured the fresh game. While cleaning the pheasants together, the leaders somberly discussed the harsh times, mentioning how common it was to find abandoned children in the Rocky Hills due to starvation. The accountant then chimed in with a startling observation. He recalled that the dead children found recently looked very familiar, resembling kids from Sun Hongbing's forward production team. This revelation made us all pause, sensing that their village was definitely hiding something sinister. Before we could discuss it further, the door was suddenly kicked open. A villager named Zhao Xiaotian rushed inside, panting and terrified. He yelled out that a police officer had just collapsed right in front of his house, covered in blood. Captain Lu Hai pulled me in a panic to the home of Lu Ershun, our militia captain. When we arrived, his wife was carrying out a basin of bloody water, which made our hearts skip a beat. Inside, the young educated youth Zhao Xiaotian and the other girls were pale with fright. On the heated brick bed lay a badly injured police officer, his white shirt completely soaked in blood. Since I was the only one in the village who knew medicine, Captain Lu told me to save him. I quickly barked orders for bandages, hemostatic medicine, strong liquor, and a needle and thread. Lu Ershun hesitated, doubting my skills, but the captain scolded him into action. We couldn't find proper bandages, so Vice Captain Lu Jian rushed to get cloth meant for funeral clothes and tore it into makeshift strips. With Zhao Xiaotian assisting me, I used my extensive battlefield first aid experience to sanitize the needle with fire, bend it, and meticulously suture the wounds. Zhao Xiaotian, who had studied nursing, was stunned by my flawless veteran technique. After finishing, I wiped the sweat from my brow and analyzed the trauma, noting a mix of deep lacerations, animal bites, and a severe knife wound on his back. I warned Captain Lu that Director Zhao Chang'e and his team were likely in grave danger. Terrified, Captain Lu ordered Lu Ershun to gather the militia and follow me into the mountains immediately. Lu Ershun protested, pointing out how dangerous it was to enter the pitch-black mountains. I agreed with him and insisted on going alone. I explained that I had binoculars, knew how to lie in wait, and was far more flexible. Lu Ershun then offered to join me, asking Captain Lu for a hunting rifle. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaotian shouted that the officer was waking up. We rushed over, and the weak officer mumbled a string of chaotic words: tigers, bandit dens, human traffickers, and bears. Captain Lu was baffled, but I immediately realized they had entered Old Forest Land. I explained that they must have retraced Cui Sanjin's steps, encountered a bandit hideout, and accidentally awakened a hibernating bear in a cave. With his remaining strength, the policeman drew his 9mm Mauser pistol and handed it to us, begging us to save his comrades. Captain Lu passed the weapon to Lu Ershun and decided he would join our rescue mission. He then ordered Zhao Xiaotian to run back to the headquarters so the vice captain could call the authorities and report the emergency immediately. Realizing there was no other way, I knew I had to go back into the mountains. I returned home to grab my Type 38 rifle. The police were in deep trouble, and we had to rescue them. I knew I might have to face that old tiger again, or even an awakened bear, so I secretly secured a melon grenade at my waist just in case. My mother burst into tears when she saw me arming myself. I comforted her, explaining that Captain Lu Hai and my 8th uncle, Lu Ershun, were coming with me and that I had the best equipment around. Just then, my intelligent fox, Daji, whimpered, insisting on joining. My mother encouraged me to take her along since she knew the terrain. Before leaving, my mother handed me a sharp, short spear and a hunting knife passed down from my grandfather to protect my life. We set out into the freezing, pitch-black winter night. The biting mountain winds were so fierce that my nose hairs froze instantly. Uncle Urshan wondered if I was a psychic because the fox was guiding us, but Captain Lu told him to stop talking nonsense. I handed my short spear to Captain Lu to use as a melee weapon since his single-barreled shotgun wouldn't be enough. Both men solemnly told me that if we ran into extreme danger, I was to run back while they held the line. I felt a wave of warmth and promised to listen, though I was determined to save them all. As we neared the old forest land, we stopped to catch our breath. Captain Lu and Uncle Urshan took a sip of spirits to boost their courage, but my stomach suddenly started cramping. I ran off into the snow, exposed my buttocks to the freezing air, and squatted down to relieve myself. While I was completely vulnerable, Daji suddenly approached me, her fur standing completely on end as she let out a strange, terrified whimper. Sensing danger, I turned on my flashlight and swept the beam across the nearby bushes. The light instantly illuminated a pair of glowing green eyes and sharp white fangs. It was the tiger, right in front of me. A chill shot straight to my head. Trapped in the most embarrassing and dangerous position of my life, I couldn't even draw my gun. Terrified the beast would strike, I clenched my fists, gritted my teeth, and used all my remaining strength to finish my business right then and there. The tiger never expected what happened next, and honestly, neither did I. Stricken by fear and sudden diarrhea. In sub-zero temperatures, my extreme panic met the perfect physical conditions for a high-pressure explosion. Before the beast could spring, I involuntarily unleashed a massive jet-like blast of diarrhea right into its face. This was the same one-eyed tiger I had shot in the buttocks before. Staring blindly at my exposed white rear, it was met with a face full of hot filth, causing it to instantly gag and retch instead of roaring. I didn't even have time to pull up my pants. At this deadly distance, fumbling with my trousers meant death. I quickly drew my fire selector and fired 3 rapid shots, but because my pants were still down and I was off balance, only one bullet managed to tear through the tiger's cheek. Enraged by the ultimate combination of shame and pain, the beast pounced directly at me. Suddenly, Captain Lu Hai fired his shotgun, hitting the tiger's front paws and forcing it to hesitate. This gave me just enough time to pull up my pants, grab my Type 38 rifle properly, and unleash another 3-shot burst. Panic got the best of me in the dark, and I missed all 3. The tiger swung its massive paw down to crush me. Knowing I couldn't take that hit, I threw myself into a desperate roll across the snow. Seeing my danger, Uncle Urshan raised his gun and fired a miraculously accurate shot that hit the tiger's remaining good eye, blinding it completely. The crazed blind predator began scratching wildly in all directions. I rolled away to a distance of 15 meters, cycled the bolt of my rifle, and pulled the trigger just as the tiger leapt toward me. The 6.5mm rifle bullet blasted through its lower jaw and erupted out of its forehead. The massive beast crashed heavily to the snow, landing less than 10 centimeters away from me. Drenched in sweat and completely drained, I collapsed as Captain Lu rushed over to hug me, cheering that I had killed the tiger. Uncle Urshan fired 2 insurance shots to make sure it was dead. When I inspected the carcass, I discovered deep scratches and bite marks on its back. This old tiger had clearly been brutally beaten and driven out of its territory by another apex predator. The wounds perfectly mirrored the injuries on the bleeding policeman we had just saved. I realized how incredibly lucky we were. The tiger was already dying from its previous fight, but if it had wandered near my home instead, my mother and sister would have been defenseless. After burying the tiger carcass in the snow and marking the spot, we pushed forward to find Director Zhao Changhe and his team. Racing against time was my absolute priority, as Zhao Chang was my biggest asset for keeping life stable in these mountains. My walking posture was a bit stiff from my freezing, painful ordeal, prompting quiet laughter from Captain Lu Hai and my 8th uncle Lu Er Shun. I told them to just laugh it out so we could focus on the task. I tracked the footprints to the spot where I previously encountered the tiger and confirmed that Zhao Chonghei's group had headed deeper into the old forest land. Pulling out my map, I analyzed the terrain. I deduced that they weren't going into the deepest part of the forest, but were heading toward the northern slopes where numerous caves were located. They had likely provoked a hibernating bear in one of those caves. I pointed out 3 likely spots for Cui Sanjin's bandit lair, based on their habit of targeting educated youths for money and women. Captain Lu praised my logic but worried our 3-man team wouldn't survive a head-on clash with a bear or a bandit gang. I reassured him that we were only there to rescue our people, not to fight. I also noted that the bandits possessed Japanese Type 38 rifles and freshly wrapped ammunition, suggesting they might have uncovered an old wartime armory. Captain Lu was amazed by my tactical thinking, but I explained I was simply putting myself in the enemy's shoes to find their weaknesses. Uncle Urshan used his childhood knowledge of the terrain to guide us along a faster, well-covered path through Sandow Gully to Lao Niu Ridge. When we reached the summit, I lay down in a snowdrift and scanned the opposite pitch-black southern slope with my binoculars. Just as I was about to give up, I spotted a faint, flickering light at the mouth of a hillside cave. I told Captain Lu that the firelight belonged to the bandits, as the police wouldn't risk revealing their position while waiting for reinforcements. I calculated that if I were Director Zhao, I would be hiding on the nearby cliff to watch that exact fire. Before I could finish my analysis, a furious, booming roar of a wild beast echoed sharply through the valley, freezing the blood in our veins. It was the unmistakable sound of an enraged bear. Judging by the proximity of the roar, the bear was not far from us at all. Captain Lu Hai knew that even with my Type 38 rifle, the chance of killing a massive bear with a single shot in this low visibility was slim. As a Special Forces sniper, my training focused on rapid torso hits to eliminate threats rather than absolute precision headshots with iron sights. If I only injured the beast, it would become enraged, and we would be doomed. Suddenly, I had an idea. I reached into my pocket and mysteriously pulled out a captured Japanese melon grenade. Captain Lu's eyes widened. I suggested we use it to blast the bear or scare it away. However, Captain Lu worried that the explosion might trigger an avalanche in the deep mountain snow. I looked at the thick snowdrifts and realized we could actually use an artificial avalanche to our advantage. I proposed that Director Zhao and his men were likely safe high up in the trees using their guns to hold off the bear. We could use light signals to warn them to stay put while we triggered the snow slide. Uncle Urshan volunteered, stating he knew military light signals from his training. I handed the grenade to Captain Lu and told him I would lure the bear into position. Once I climbed to safety, I would flash my flashlight 3 times as a signal for him to throw the grenade and trigger the snow. I quickly dashed down the mountain toward the roars. The deep snow made it bright enough to navigate the pitch-black woods. I heard a gunshot from about 150 meters away and immediately pinpointed their location. I crawled through the snow to conceal myself and shouted out, "Director Zhao, this is Peng Bei. Do you have a flashlight?" Director Zhao Changhe, perched in a tree, paused in utter shock upon hearing my voice. Officer Liu Jiaqi was equally stunned. Realizing the immense danger, Director Zhao roared back nervously, telling me to get out of there immediately and not come any closer, because they were dealing with a ridiculously massive bear. The rumors about the old forest land being haunted were something I had to face head-on. My fox, Da Ji, grew intensely anxious, her fur standing on end as she let out low, warning growls. I asked her if the danger was a bear, and she stopped, confirming my fears. But then she suddenly turned and ran away into the woods. I didn't chase her, respecting her wild instincts. Turning back to the crisis, I yelled out to Director Zhao Changhe, instructing him to use a flashlight to signal the mountain 3 times once I lured the beast away and told his team to climb as high as they could. I immediately opened fire with my Type 38 rifle to draw the beast. Across the valley, a group of bandits led by a notorious criminal nicknamed Treading 3 Rivers were huddled around a campfire, drinking wine and mocking the trapped police. They were even shouting vulgarities at Officer Kujachi, completely unaware of what I was setting in motion. When my bullet pierced the trees and struck the snow near the target, the creature turned toward me and unleashed a deafening, thunderous roar. Back on the ridge, Captain Lu Hai and Uncle Urshan shuddered, realizing this was no ordinary bear, but a legendary massive human bear. When I finally saw the beast chasing me, a chill ran down my spine. Lying flat, it was already 2 meters high and its body stretched over 4 meters long. It was an absolute monster. It ran with terrifying speed, forcing me to shoot and jump frantically through the steep terrain to survive. I managed to score a direct hit on its shoulder, but the bullet barely penetrated its thick layer of fat and tough hide, only causing a superficial wound. Director Zhao screamed at me in frustration for risking my life, but Officer Liu Jiaqi suddenly spotted Uncle Urshan's flashlight signal from the mountain, telling them to take cover. Director Zhao quickly flashed his light back in response. Uncle Urshan saw the reply and alerted Captain Lu that the police were ready. I fired another shot that hit the human bear, driving it into a complete frenzy. The monster reared up on its hind legs, towering nearly 5 meters tall, and roared with such immense force that the vibrations cracked the heavy snowpack on the cliffs above. The massive mountain slope split open, and a colossal avalanche came crashing down with a deafening roar. It buried the furious bear and swept right over the unsuspecting bandits by their campfire, completely swallowing them before they could even run. The avalanche struck halfway up the mountain, causing absolute chaos for the bandits. Treading 3 rivers and his newly recruited men were instantly buried under the rushing snow. Once the roaring stopped, the valley fell completely silent. Captain Lu Hai and Uncle Urshan yelled out for me anxiously. I called back to let them know I was completely unharmed, but as I jumped down to meet them, I carelessly got stuck deep in the snow like a radish. As I struggled to pull myself out, the snow nearby shifted and the massive human bear crawled out right in front of me. Panicking, I tried to cycle the bolt of my Type 38 rifle, but the gun jammed at the worst possible moment. Just as the beast was about to reach me, a deafening tiger roar echoed through the valley. It was an incredibly angry female tiger, the mate of the one-eyed tiger I had killed earlier. The roar intimidated the bear, making it abandon its attack on me and turn to flee. Suddenly, my fox, Daji, dashed toward me and plunged headfirst into a nearby snow pit, urgently signaling me to hide. I quickly crawled into the pit beside her. From our hiding spot, we watched the enormous tiger confront the massive human bear. The tiger mistakenly believed the bear had killed her mate, and she fiercely pursued the giant beast into the woods, completely ignoring us. I was amazed by Daji's absolute cunning. She hadn't abandoned me earlier. She had actually gone to lure the tiger over to fight the bear. It was a real-life example of a fox borrowing a tiger's power. Daji nimbly dug me out of the snow, and I scooped her up in my arms, praising her as my lucky star and promising her a delicious feast. Captain Lu Hai and Uncle Urshan caught up to me, relieved to see I was fine, and we immediately set off together to check on Director Zhao and his men. It was a terrifyingly close call, but holding my fox, Daji, I managed to escape unharmed. Captain Lu Hai and Uncle Urshan were incredibly relieved. Uncle Urshan even bowed to Daji, completely convinced of her mystical powers. Before we moved on, Captain Lu handed the melon grenade back to me, strictly warning everyone to keep it a secret since it could save my life during future encounters with dangerous beasts. We then waded through the deep snow to pull Director Zhao and his men out from where they were stuck. Director Zhao thanked us deeply for saving their lives. He had witnessed my unorthodox survival methods and concluded I was just a highly skilled, resourceful mountain hunter rather than a suspicious military agent, which cleared any doubts he had about me. When Officer Liu Jiaqi asked how to handle the buried bandits across the valley, Director Zhao coldly stated we would just assume they were eaten by tigers. He then subtly suggested that I return later to clean up the avalanche site. He hinted that any food, money, or weapons I found would be mine to keep as a New Year's gift for my bravery. The other officers happily agreed, knowing this was their only way to express their gratitude. They planned to use the remaining leads to track down the rest of the accomplices in the Happiness production team to claim official merit. As we made the long trek back, Uncle Urshun excitedly asked if I could give him some tiger bones from the carcass we buried earlier to make medicinal wine. Captain Liu and Director Zhao eagerly chimed in, asking for a share as well. Amidst the laughter, Director Zhao teased Officer Liu Jiaqi about her good impression of me. He playfully encouraged me to work hard and court her despite her being older, leaving both of us thoroughly embarrassed. The police helped us carry the heavy tiger carcass all the way back to the village, arriving around 5 or 6 in the morning. When we dropped the massive beast in our yard, my mother was so terrified she collapsed to the ground. To keep her from worrying about my capabilities, I quickly lied and claimed Director Zhao and the entire police squad were the ones who did the heavy lifting, and that I simply got lucky with a final shot. Relieved, she sighed, completely content with the idea that her son was just an ordinary lucky hunter. When I returned home, I only had some minor frostbite despite having killed a tiger. My mother smiled as she applied lard to soothe my skin, reminding me not to let any praise go to my head. I told her that the real credit belonged to the fox, Husan Tai Nai, who had practically summoned the tiger to save us. Hearing this, my mother insisted I hunt 2 pheasants to show our gratitude to her. I agreed, knowing exactly where a pheasant nest was located. After resting until noon, I woke up to my little sister Pang Qian blinking at me. We happily ate lunch together, and then I carefully stripped, cleaned, and reassembled my Type 38 rifle to fix its jamming issues. Suddenly, Director Zhao Changhe and Captain Lu Hai arrived at my doorstep. To my utter surprise, Director Zhao handed me an official appointment letter. I was now a specially appointed patrol member of the Qinglong Ravine Police Station, receiving a monthly salary of 10 yuan. My duties included patrolling the mountains and staying vigilant against fire, illegal logging, and poaching. Captain Lu added that the village planned to rebuild my house in the spring, so I would have my own space when I eventually married. I invited them inside for some hot tiger meat soup. Looking around our clean wooden house, both men openly condemned my abusive father, Pang Yugui, for kicking us out. Director Zhao even promised to deal with him personally. As we drank the soup, I asked about the investigation into the abandoned children. Director Zhao revealed that the children were actually stolen by a local cowherd named Huang Daya, who was in cahoots with the bandit treading 3 rivers. Huang Daya had already been caught and was facing execution. Director Zhao then warned me that treading 3 rivers and Cui Sanjin were actually 2 separate factions who had been fighting over the mountain hideout. While the bandits under treading 3 rivers were now taken care of, Cui Sanjin was still hiding somewhere in the mountains. Furthermore, Cui Sanjin reportedly had a sworn brother operating in the local black market. Director Zhao told me to remain highly vigilant, though he gave me a supportive thumbs up, praising me for cleaning up the mountain threats so beautifully. Director Zhao was amazed that I had essentially wiped out the core threats on the mountain, but I asked him for a favor. I requested that he keep the main credit for himself and simply list me as an active participant. I explained that if the higher-ups knew the full extent of my skills, they would constantly push me into dangerous situations. I am not even married yet, and I want to live a peaceful life. Zhao laughed and agreed with my practical thinking. When he asked why a smart kid like me did not go further in school, I bitterly explained that my abusive family forced me to be a servant while sending my useless brother to vocational school. Furious, Director Zhao promised to use his authority to make my father, Pang Yugui, pay dearly for his cruelty. I was more than happy to let him cause my father some serious trouble. Before leaving, Zhao whispered for me to safely clean up the avalanche site later and keep whatever loot I found, as long as I reported any crucial intelligence. After they left, I stayed home to play with my little sister Pang Qian. Soon my mother returned home, her face glowing with joy. She explained that Lu Xiaowu's mother had offered us valuable cloth coupons in exchange for a piece of our tiger bone. She wanted to make a special strength-restoring wine for her newlywed son. I jokingly suggested I could gather some goji berries and medicinal herbs in the spring to help him recover further. This earned me a playful scolding and a hard pinch on the cheek from my mother, who demanded to know where I learned such adult things. I quickly blamed the village clinic doctor, explaining I only overheard it while getting treatment for Pong Qian. To change the subject, I proudly revealed my official appointment letter and my monthly salary of 10 yuan. My mother was completely stunned. When she realized it was true, she hugged me with overwhelming excitement. In this era, a formal government job was a massive achievement. She happily declared that we could now be highly selective about my future wife. Watching her cover her face in tears of pure disbelief, I realized that 10 yuan meant the entire world to her. This poor but deeply affectionate era was giving me the true familial warmth I had never experienced in my past life. I silently thanked the heavens for my rebirth. My new official job at the police station brought immense pride to my mother, and she couldn't stop smiling. She immediately began processing the tiger carcass, planning to tailor a fine tiger skin coat for my future wedding and exchange the remaining parts for extra money before the Chinese New Year. Meanwhile, I left early the next morning under the guise of a mountain walk, heading straight for the avalanche site at Erdaogao to clean up the battlefield. Arriving at noon, I confirmed that none of the bandits had survived the massive snow slide. I dug open the snow-covered cave entrance and crawled inside. The hideout was packed with high-quality household items. Disregarding the dirty bedding, I loaded a sled with well-crafted tables, chairs, axes, shovels, and pickaxes to replace our broken furniture at home. I also recovered about 300 rounds of Mauser pistol ammunition and a pristine Mauser pistol from the corpse of Treading Three Rivers. I decided to keep the bullets for myself but save the gun as a gift for Captain Lu Hai. My most exciting discovery was an authentic Type 38 rifle bayonet. It attached perfectly to my cavalry rifle, giving me a weapon over a meter long that could deal massive damage to wild beasts. Searching further inside the leader's coat, I uncovered a shocking piece of evidence, a high-precision Japanese military topographic map. It clearly marked a hidden underground wartime arsenal built during the Japanese occupation. It became obvious where the bandits had sourced their military gear. Because the mountain paths were completely blocked by heavy winter snow, I safely tucked the map away, planning to infiltrate the secret arsenal in the spring. By dusk, I returned home with a spectacular haul, including 3 bags of grain, various furs, tools, a bucket of kerosene, and over 100 yuan in cash. When my mother saw the supplies, she panicked. I quickly reassured her, lying that Director Zhao had secretly authorized me to retrieve the dead bandits' belongings for our own use. When I handed her the massive stack of food, meat, and cloth coupons, along with a bag and a half of refined flour and half a bag of rice, her hands trembled with disbelief. I jokingly gave her the choice to either report us to the commune or help me unload. She instantly rushed to hide the money and refined grains like a thief, strictly warning me never to breathe a word of this to anyone, not even Captain Lu. Looking at the fortune, she smiled through her tears, happily declaring that her son finally had enough wealth to secure a wonderful wife. After my mother carefully hid our new wealth, our home life improved instantly. We chopped up the broken old table for firewood, replaced it with the sturdy new table from the bandits, and used the extra coupons to plan new outfits for my little sister, Pongqian. Even though my patrol job made us secure, I knew we couldn't stay on the mountain forever. I quietly planned to venture deeper into the mountains next spring to build a secret residence as a backup shelter and in case of future trouble. As the winter weather grew harsher and heavy snow blocked the paths, I stopped daily mountain runs and focused on intense training at home. To turn the tiger carcass into useful cash without raising suspicion, I secretly headed down to the black market in the afternoon. I went straight to old Gaoto's shop just as it opened. When I subtly revealed the contents of my heavy sack, his eyes went wide. I moved into his back room to safely bargain. The bag contained tiger bones, teeth, meat, and gallbladder, alongside various wolf and wild boar pelts. To my amazement, old Gaoto offered me 500 yuan for the entire lot. It was an absolute fortune for this era. I accepted without counting the cash, telling him I trusted him completely out of respect for his long relationship with my grandfather. When he asked what I needed to buy, I explained that I urgently needed emergency medicine for my family. He pulled out a high-quality military-grade doctor's medicine box containing Yunnan Baiyao, liniment, painkillers, and gauze. He generously sold it to me for a discounted price of 30 yuan, which made me overjoyed. Before I left, old Gao To handed me a professionally written prescription. He offered a massive reward if I could hunt a bear for its gallbladder and harvest the specific herbs listed. He explained that someone's life depended on it. When I hesitated due to the heavy winter snow, he raised the stakes, promising that if I secured it before the new year, he could arrange a stable factory job and a place to live in the city. The idea of moving to the city didn't appeal to me, but securing a comfortable city life and retirement for my mother and sister changed everything. I looked old Gao To in the eye and made a high-stakes deal. I promised that if he guaranteed a city job for my mother, I would deliver a legendary human bear's gallbladder to him within 7 days. Old Gao To confirmed that if I could deliver the human bear bile, he would arrange a stable factory job, city accommodation, and schooling for my little sister by April or October at the latest. He warned me to keep this bargain completely secret. I told him a rifle alone would not guarantee success against such a massive beast. I pulled out my melon grenade to show him what I meant. Seeing this, he chuckled, pried up a loose floor tile, and retrieved a wooden box containing 2 more grenades. He casually revealed he knew I had killed Sui Sanjin, who had originally sourced his explosives from this very shop. He gave me the 2 grenades as a gift, promising to fulfill his side of the deal. I thanked him, clarifying that I would remain a mountain patrolman, but I desperately wanted this city life for my family. Walking home, I weighed the risks. My sister is 4 and needs a real education, and my grandfather needs proper hospital treatment for his leg. With my Type 38 rifle and 3 total grenades, I felt the dangerous hunt was genuinely possible. When I arrived home, I handed my mother the heavy money bag containing the 500 yuan from the tiger sale, along with the military medicine box. She was amazed by our sudden wealth, but my expression turned serious. I sat her down and explained the life-changing job offer. I told her that in exchange for retrieving a bear's bile, we would secure a factory job, city housing, and schooling for Peng Qian. My mother immediately panicked, shouting a definitive no. I pleaded with her earnestly, arguing that staying in the mountains would trap Peng Qian in a lifetime of poverty and labor. I also reminded her that this was her chance to provide real hospital treatment for her father. She broke down in tears, terrified that I was risking my life or planning to abandon her. I held her hand, reassuring her of my absolute confidence. I asked her for just 3 days to take this gamble, requesting her to sew a leather sleeping bag, pack some food, and keep my whereabouts a total secret. Seeing my unwavering determination, she finally gave in with a heavy heart. However, she looked me in the eye and gave me a chilling warning, stating that if I died out there, she would not live either. Taking on this mission was my way of defying fate. In this era, securing a city job, housing, and a stable future for my sister Peng Qian was a dream worth any risk. To prepare, my mother carefully crafted a heavy leather sleeping bag according to my military specifications and packed plenty of steamed buns and salted dried meat. Before dawn, I quietly set off into the endless snow-covered forest with my fox Daji. Walking through waist-deep snow in my bearskin cloak was exhausting, and by afternoon, a heavy blizzard began to blanket the earth. I pushed forward using my short spear to gauge the snow's depth, checking my map to avoid losing my way. Whenever my throat burned, I simply ate a handful of snow and chewed on the rock-hard dried meat to keep my strength up. After a full day with no sign of the giant bear, Daji suddenly poked her head out of my pack and began sniffing intensely. She hopped onto the snow and led me straight to a shallow, seemingly empty cave containing some dry branches and withered grass. Relieved to find shelter, I quickly set up camp and lit a fire to warm myself. For safety, I rigged a classic military booby trap at the cave entrance using a melon grenade and a thin hemp tripwire. I also kept my other two grenades uncapped right next to my sleeping bag, fully prepared for a close-quarters fight. Exhausted, I curled into my sleeping bag and playfully asked Daji to warm the bed for me. Suddenly, Daji's fur stood completely on end and she let out a low, urgent warning growl. I immediately grabbed my Type 38 rifle. A heavy, shuffling sound echoed outside, followed by a sudden muffled thud at the entrance. I snapped on my flashlight, and the beam instantly illuminated a dark, mountain-like mass blocking the exit. My heart jumped into my throat as I realized the horrifying truth. Daji hadn't found me a safe shelter. She had led me directly into the giant bear's den. My heart nearly jumped out of my throat as I stared at the exaggerated mountain-like size of the human bear. Before I could process the terror, a roaring sound like muffled thunder echoed outside. It was a giant northeast tiger. I realized the tiger had stubbornly tracked the bear for days. Daji had deliberately led me here to profit from the conflict between these two apex predators. I hid near my booby traps at the cave entrance, pulled a wine jug to take a warming sip, and aimed my Type 38 rifle. Outside, the fierce tiger pounced, biting the bear's neck and frantically kicking its belly with its hind paws until blood splattered. Daji and I watched the spectacle like spectators. Although the bear was heavily wounded, its massive size gave it the upper hand. Once the tiger was exhausted, the bear slammed it into the snow, leaving it unable to move. As the bear lunged to finish it off, I seized my moment. I executed a military rapid-fire technique, unleashing 3 consecutive shots. My bullets hit the bear in the back of the head, the neck, and the shoulder. Despite hitting the mark, the monster's thick skin and tough flesh absorbed the damage. Knowing a direct confrontation would be fatal, I stuffed a dazed Daji into a tight crack behind a large rock. I then climbed freehand, wedging my body into a high corner right above the cave entrance. Enraged and blinded by fury, the human bear charged the cave. The moment its head entered, my grenade booby trap detonated with a loud boom. Shrapnel tore half of its face into a bloody mess. The pain caused the bear to retreat about 20 meters, growling as it paced and tracked my scent. I leaped onto a protruding rock, hooked my legs tight, and hung upside down. Biting the pull ring of my long-handled grenade, I yanked it free and threw it in a beautiful parabola. The careless bear watched it land without moving. The resulting explosion was massive, blasting away the snow and completely destroying the rest of the bear's face and blinding its remaining eye. I jumped down thinking the fight was over, but as the smoke cleared, the blinded 5-meter-tall monster stood up on its hind legs, emitting a terrifying, menacing growl. Feeling my blood run cold in front of the raging giant, I let out a thoroughly awkward laugh. "Happy birthday, Brother Zhang!" The human bear raised its massive paw high, freezing as it caught a sudden scent. In that split second of distraction, my warrior instincts kicked in. The closer I get to life and death, the more open-minded I become. Even though my life hung by a thread, I calmly raised my Type 38 rifle, humming a Northeastern-style birthday song to steady my nerves. With my adrenaline pumping, my vision became crystal clear in the dark. I pulled the trigger, and the bullet blasted through the air at over 700 meters per second, hitting the bear squarely in its sensitive nose. The monster howled in agony, crashing blindly into several trees like a headless fly before charging straight for my cave. I calmly chambered my 5th and final rifle round. Waiting for the perfect moment, I fired directly into its gaping maw. Blood splattered everywhere, but its immense momentum still propelled it toward me. Expressionless, I quickly drew my fire selector from its holster, flicked the switch to automatic submachine gun fire, and unleashed a rapid jet of metal. The human bear finally collapsed, stopping less than a meter away from me. Just as I thought I had escaped death, the dying monster twitched, using its final burst of energy to move toward me. Terrified and desperate, I instinctively reached for the long-handled grenade at my waist to blow us both up. Suddenly, Daji let out a chilling, echoing laugh. At that exact moment, the dying tiger miraculously used its last ounce of strength to clamp its jaws onto the bear's leg, halting its advance. I quickly pulled the fuse string, shoved the grenade directly into the bear's mouth, and rolled away. A muffled boom erupted inside the beast's head, and the human bear was finally dead. I plopped onto the ground, completely drained, and stared at the smoking carcass. Investigating the dead tiger, I realized it was actually a tigress. I wondered if Daji possessed some mystical power, or if the tigress was simply hunting the bear to avenge her mate. Suddenly, the eerie howling of a wolf pack echoed from the mountains. Before panic could set in, Daji threw her head back and perfectly mimicked a terrifying apex predator's howl. The wolf pack instantly fell silent, completely fooled by her lifelike deception. Exhausted, I sat down on the dead bear, my breath instantly freezing in the biting air. I looked at the sparkling starry sky and pulled Daji into my arms. The high-stakes gamble had paid off. My mother and sister could finally leave the mountains and live a safe, good life in the city, while Daji and I would remain here, relying on each other to guard the forest. Hunting with Daji felt like an absolute cheat code. Without her incredible support, I surely would have died out there. Because the human bear was too massive to carry whole, I dismembered it on the spot along with the dead tigress. I gave Daji a proper feast of wild meat, packed the precious bear bile into a container where it froze instantly, and crawled into my sleeping bag for a long, well-deserved rest. The next morning, I built a simple snow sled out of tree branches, loaded my mountain of trophies, and began the grueling trek home. The return journey took 3 long days through the deep snow. I survived on frozen buns, snow, and grilled meat at night. On the 3rd night, I finally made it back to our yard. My mother was standing outside in the bitter cold, holding a kerosene lamp and crying, terrified that I would never return. When she saw me dragging the heavy sled, she rushed forward and threw her arms around me. To ease her mind, I joked that Daji had done all the heavy lifting by tricking the tiger and bear into fighting each other, leaving me to just pick up the scraps with a grenade. My mother was so grateful that she tried to kneel and kowtow to Daji, but I quickly caught her and pulled her back up. Inside the warm house, we unpacked the massive haul. She gasped at the sight of a bear paw the size of her upper body, noting that a valuable prize like that could easily sell for 10 yuan down the mountain. I smiled and told her that I would deliver the bear bile tomorrow, so she and my sister could finally move to the city and start their good life. When she sadly asked why I wasn't moving to the city with them, I explained that staying in the mountains was much safer for me. I already had a formal job here. I could hunt freely to provide them with plenty of wild game, and staying here prevented me from eventually being forced back to the countryside as an educated youth. She understood my logic, but left me thoroughly stunned with a final ultimatum. She declared that she refused to leave for the city in peace unless I promised to find a wife and get married soon. My mother's sudden demand for a daughter-in-law completely touched on my blind spot. I had never been married, and the idea of bringing a woman home to live with me felt like a joke. Still, seeing her serious expression, I reluctantly promised to try my best to find someone suitable. With a mountain of worries on my mind, I delivered the giant bear bile, bear paw, and a half-tiger skeleton to old Gauto. The old man was stunned that I had actually secured the legendary human bear bile in just 7 days. He agreed to send the bile to the person waiting for it, and promised to help me sell the rest of the game, letting me keep all the profits. Noticing my gloomy mood, old Gauto asked what was wrong, and I sighed, explaining my mother's pressure on me to marry. I asked him if finding a wife was supposed to be this difficult. He laughed, pointing out that my modern ideals of romantic free love belonged to city kids. For country folk, a good marriage simply meant finding a compatible partner to live with, share meals, and handle daily life together. His words made me realize the deep generational difference of the times. It also reminded me of a looming nightmare I knew from history, the upcoming period of low standards and 3 years of natural disasters. The impending drought and starvation would devastate the communes and rural areas. This bleak future made me even more determined to secure a city registration for my mother and sister, so they could survive the hardships comfortably, while I could always retreat into the deep mountains. When I described my ideal partner as someone with a compatible temperament and common topics to talk about, old Gauto smiled and told me to wait. He stepped outside and returned with a stunning 17 or 18-year-old girl wearing a white animal skin coat. She had a unique, beautiful appearance that looked distinctly mixed race and ethnic minority. Old Gao introduced her as Ao Lei. He explained that she belonged to the Mountain Daur tribal village, which had recently been completely wiped out by a mountain disaster. She had traveled down the mountain to find her fiancé, who happened to be the previous mountain guardian. Since he was now dead, she was left entirely alone with nowhere to go. She choked up as she recounted how she returned from an errand to find her entire village gone. Old Gao looked at me and suggested we were a perfect match. He noted that she could hunt, embroider, clean, and cook, and urged me to take her home, marry her, and provide her with a safe place to live. Before I even realized what was happening, old Gao handed me a written agreement and left. Instead of money, I ended up bringing a girl back home. I knew the legal marriage age was strictly enforced near the cities, but in these remote rural areas, local folk customs outweighed traditional rules. Since I am completely inexperienced at dating, the walk home was quiet and awkward. To break the ice, I asked about her background. She told me her name was Ao Lei and her surname was Ao, a simplified name for her dour heritage. She looked strikingly European because her late mother was Russian. She admitted she was terrified I would abandon her, weeping as she explained how she had fainted from hunger multiple times while traveling deep from the mountains. I felt a deep pang of sadness and promised that as long as I had food, she would too. When we finally arrived home, my mother stepped outside, saw the girl, and instantly petrified. She grabbed a wooden stick from the doorway and started chasing me, yelling that trying to steal or buy a wife was completely illegal. I jumped in fright, shouting that old Gao had given her to me. Ao Lei quickly stepped in to protect me, explaining she volunteered to come because she respected me as a powerful warrior who had defeated the mountain spirit. My mother instantly dropped the stick, smiled warmly, and pulled Ao Lei inside. While my little sister Pang Qian playfully patted my sore bottom, my mother listened to Ao Lei's tragic story. When Ao Lei begged not to be abandoned, my mother comforted her, saying that even if she didn't marry me, she could stay as a daughter. We figured out that Ao Lei was 18, born in the winter, making her just a few months older than my 17 years. Ao Lei was astonished to learn how young I was, unable to comprehend how a teenager could hunt massive bears. Suddenly, my fox Daji staggered out of the room. The moment she saw Ao Lei, she pounced into her arms, nuzzling her affectionately. Ao Lei screamed with delight, calling her Ling Shi and declaring her the sacred fox and guardian deity of her tribe. I was completely speechless with shock, realizing that my clever fox companion was apparently a legendary street hustler roaming across hundreds of miles of the greater Khingan Mountains. The massive chain of coincidences made me wonder if fate was playing a trick on me. First, Daji saved my life and became attached to me. Then, a beautiful dour girl named Ao Lei traveled all this way only to find her guardian fiancé dead, running into me right when my mother was demanding a daughter-in-law. Ao Lei explained her heritage, telling us her father was once the lord of the Aula Mo Kun clan. She even recognized my hunter necklace, calling it the mark of an Avida, the strongest hunter among her people. My mother completely adored her and instantly accepted her as a daughter-in-law, even threatening to break my legs if I ever mistreated her. I ended up giving Ao Lei my bedroom, miserably squeezing into my leather sleeping bag on the floor with the 2 wolf pups. By the next morning, the entire village was buzzing with rumors that I had brought home a beautiful bride. Captain Lu Hai knocked on my door early, wearing a knowing grin and teasing me. I irritably told him I spent the night on the floor and explained how old Gao had introduced us. Lu Hai quickly turned serious and gave me some harsh reality. He warned me that village gossip was a powerful, dangerous thing. Since I had already brought a perfectly respectable young woman to my house, trying to treat her like a sister or kicking her out would completely ruin her reputation. When I worriedly pointed out that I was only 17 and legally too young to marry, Lu Hai laughed it off. He told me to just throw a village feast and let him act as the witness. He said we could simply register for the official certificate when I grew older. which was exactly how he and his aunt had started their marriage. He also firmly warned me against falling for the fragile city-educated youths, explaining that a hunter needed a stable, hard-working partner to build a good life. I had to admit his logic was flawless. I told him her full name was Aura, which secretly made me chuckle because it sounded so futuristic. Our chat was suddenly interrupted when Uncle Ershun came running up to us, panting heavily. He urgently announced that Zhao Changhe had just arrived at the village, alongside Xiao Zhengguo. As Captain Lu hurriedly rushed back to meet them, my mind raced. Xiao Zhengguo was none other than the powerful director Xiao from the State Farm, and his sudden personal arrival meant something big was happening. I was deeply curious about why Director Xiao had personally come to our marginal, bottom-of-the-barrel production team. In this era, the relationship between cadres and the masses was straightforward and inseparable, lacking any rigid airs of authority. As I turned back toward the house, I saw Aule carrying a basin to melt some snow for hot water. When I asked why she didn't sleep in, she blushed, saying she was well rested, and noted that Daji looked heavier. I offered to dig the snow for her, but she firmly declined, explaining that where she came from, men did men's work and spent winters drinking and chatting while women managed household tasks. Her sweet, traditional mindset left me completely mesmerized, feeling like I had stumbled into a paradise far away from the exhausting modern dating rules of my past life. My mother soon got up and smiled as she watched Aule walk away. She playfully teased me that while Aule was lovely, she was a bit too thin and long-legged rather than having a plump, traditionally auspicious figure. I immediately defended Aule, arguing that a man's success shouldn't depend on a woman's looks. My mother laughed, affectionately calling me a heartless bastard who already forgot his mother for a wife. But she felt deeply comforted by my respect for women. We decided to prepare a meat-heavy feast since Aule's tribe loved wild game. My little sister Pang Chen happily joined in to help fetch firewood. Her face had grown rounder and taller from eating well lately, though the thought of her and my mother soon moving to the city left a sudden wave of emptiness in my heart. While I was sunbathing on a wooden bench in the yard, Aule returned carrying her basin of snow. To my utter shock, she was casually holding a wild rabbit, calmly explaining she had just caught it on a whim. My pride took a massive blow, remembering how I had nearly frozen to death in the mountains just trying to hunt a single rabbit. Before I could recover from the shock, Lu Xiaowu rushed into our courtyard, shouting that Captain Lu Hai urgently needed me at the brigade headquarters because something important had happened at the State Farm. I quickly got up to leave, and Aule sweetly told me to go ahead while she ensured my mother saved some dinner for me. Lu Xiaowu stared with wide eyes, asking if this was the wife I had brought back. Aule blushed deeply, and I quickly shoved the gossiping Lu Xiaowu out of the gate, sprinting straight toward the headquarters to find out what Director Xiao wanted. On the way to the brigade headquarters, Lu Xiaowu filled me in on the emergency. The State Farm had lost over 100 sheep. An armed patrolman, who was an educated youth from a high-ranking military cadre family, had deliberately driven the flock into the mountains after a herdsman rejected him. The rogue youth had shot and killed one person and wounded another before fleeing into the deep forest. When I entered the headquarters, I found Director Xiao Zhengguo, Captain Lu Hai, and Director Zhao Chang'e waiting for me. They explicitly wanted me to track down the fugitive. Because the culprit came from a powerful cadre compound, it was politically sensitive for regular officers to handle. As a local mountain hunter with no political ties, I was the perfect choice to eliminate the threat without causing bureaucratic friction. I did not want to do their dangerous, dirty work for free, so I immediately began to negotiate for proper benefits. Captain Lu and Director Zhao tempted me with free timber to build a new house for my upcoming marriage and exclusive access to a secluded mountain ranger cabin. This cabin would give me an excellent outpost to rest and safely store my personal resources deep in the woods. Director Xiao then offered an even greater reward. He promised to officially appoint me as the contracted manager and administrator of the entire mountainous area. This role would authorize me to manage its relations with the mountain tribes, utilize forest resources for my personal needs, and receive annual weapon and ammunition support from the militia company. I asked about the rules of engagement, wondering what would happen if I had to shoot the cadre's son. Director Zhao assured me that the municipal bureau had already issued a clear order to eliminate him on sight. Still, I held out for a better tool for the job. When I hinted that a basic rifle was not enough, Director Zhao laughed, seeing right through my bargaining strategy. He promised to give me a prize piece from his personal collection, a legendary Big 8 M1 Garand, semi-automatic sniper rifle equipped with a scope captured from the front lines by wartime soldiers. My eyes lit up instantly at the mention of a semi-automatic sniper rifle, and I knew this high-stakes hunt was officially worth the gamble. Director Zhao's offer of a scoped rifle instantly piqued my interest. During wartime, the US military used two scoped Garand variants, the M1C and the M1D, with the M1D being the mass-deployed model. However, the M1D wasn't a true sniper rifle. It used standard ammunition, and its precision was far inferior to purpose-built sniper platforms. In our domestic military right now, training snipers is secondary to building pure squad firepower, so these captured scoped rifles were discarded and handed over to the militia. I knew Director Zhao was trying to pawn off an unused piece of junk, but I played along, pretending to be a wide-eyed kid amazed by the telescope mirror. He greedily took the bait, promising to throw in a massive supply of 7.62mm ammunition and a bayonet. I puffed out my chest, accepted the terms, and ran home to grab my trusty Type 38 cavalry rifle, telling my mother I was just going into the mountains to track down some lost sheep. Since I had already survived a giant bear and a tiger, she didn't worry at all. When I returned, Director Zhao mocked my short old Japanese weapon, but I proudly explained that the short cavalry barrel provided unmatched agility for mountain ambushes, and the long Japanese bayonet was perfectly optimized to save bullets in close combat. He chuckled, praising my wartime soldier spirit, completely unaware that I was a modern special forces elite. Director Zhao Chong and Director Zhao then gave me a lift on their bicycles, and after a 2-hour ride, we arrived at the heavily guarded state farm. Director Zhao led us into his small office, pointed directly at a military combat map on the wall, and asked if I could read it. I nodded confidently. He explained that a militia team had gone into the mountain sector yesterday, leaving one man dead and another wounded. He offered to send the militia and Director Zhao along as my backup to find the sheep and the rogue youth. Suddenly, Director Zhao's tone turned dead serious. He swore me to secrecy and revealed the grim political truth. The murderous educated youth came from an incredibly powerful cadre family. To avoid a massive bureaucratic cover-up or political retaliation, they desperately needed a total outsider with zero political connections to execute him. Director Zhao added that the official blame would be absorbed entirely by his police station, meaning I had a green light to kill the culprit. When I asked why it absolutely had to be me pulling the trigger, Director Zhao looked me dead in the eye and delivered the chilling truth. Because out of everyone available, I was the only one who had actually killed someone before. Director Zhao's mention of a gun with a mirror instantly grabbed my attention. I knew that during our past foreign conflicts, the US military used M1C and M1D Garand variants equipped with scopes. The mass-deployed model was the M1D, which wasn't a true sniper rifle since it used standard ammo, making its precision far inferior to purpose-built sniper platforms. In our domestic military right now, training snipers is secondary to building pure squad firepower, so these captured scoped rifles were discarded and handed over to the militia. I knew Director Zhao was just trying to pawn off an unused piece of junk, but I played along, pretending to be amazed by the telescope mirror. He greedily took the bait, promising to throw in a massive supply of 7.62mm ammunition and a bayonet. I puffed out my chest, accepted the terms, and ran home to grab my trusty Type 38 cavalry rifle, telling my mother I was just going into the mountains to track down some lost sheep. Since I had already survived a giant bear and a tiger, she didn't worry at all. When I returned, Director Zhao mocked my short old Japanese weapon, but I proudly explained that the short cavalry barrel provided unmatched agility for mountain ambushes, and the long Japanese bayonet was perfectly optimized to save bullets in close combat. He chuckled, praising my wartime soldier spirit, completely unaware that I was a modern special forces elite. Director Zhao Chonghe and Director Xiao then gave me a lift on their bicycles, and after a 2-hour ride, we arrived at the heavily guarded state farm. Director Xiao led us into his small office, pointed directly at a military combat map on the wall, and asked if I could read it. I nodded confidently. He explained that a militia team had gone into the mountains sector yesterday, leaving one man dead and another wounded. He offered to send the militia and Director Zhao along as my backup to find the sheep and the rogue youth. Suddenly, Director Xiao's tone turned dead serious. He swore me to secrecy and revealed the grim political truth. The murderous educated youth came from an incredibly powerful cadre family. To avoid a massive bureaucratic cover-up or political retaliation, they desperately needed a total outsider with zero political connections to execute him. Director Zhao added that the official blame would be absorbed entirely by his police station, meaning I had a green light to kill the culprit. When I asked why it absolutely had to be me pulling the trigger, Director Xiao looked me dead in the eye and delivered the chilling truth. Because out of everyone available, I was the only one who had actually killed someone before. Director Xiao Zhengguo and Director Zhao Chonghe explained the desperate situation to me. The state farm was a military to civilian conversion, but the veterans were now old or sick, and the younger militia lacked precise shooting skills. Meanwhile, the rogue youth possessed dangerous sniping skills. He had brutally assaulted Director Xiao's daughter, Xiao Fangfang, doing things worse than a beast, and had easily outmaneuvered the farm's forces. Because of my exceptional marksmanship, they realized I was the only one capable of stopping him. After our heavy conversation, Director Xiao treated us to a meal at the farm canteen. The chef, a thin but incredibly strong former oil worker named Chef Gao, made delicious white flour vegetable dumplings. I had not tasted fresh vegetables in ages while living on the mountain, so I happily devoured more than a dozen massive dumplings. My huge appetite left Director Xiao completely dumbfounded, though it reassured him that my thin frame possessed hidden strength. Director Xiao suggested that we rest for the night and head into the mountains the next morning. However, I insisted on leaving immediately under the cover of night. I explained that I needed to return to my mother and my new bride quickly, and that the heavy snow could drive starving predators into my village. Director Zhao playfully teased me about my eagerness to return to my wife, and Director Xiao left to gather his men. While we waited, Director Zhao poured some hot water, and I thanked him for his guidance. I knew he was looking out for me by helping me secure a semi-automatic weapon and a secluded mountain hiding place to protect me from jealous neighbors. He smiled, praising my shrewdness, but his expression turned grim as he gave me a strict warning. He told me to avoid old Gao To, revealing that the old man had a complicated, dangerous background. In fact, Ao Lei's former fiancé, the skilled dower hunter, had gone to see old Gao To about her necklace right before he recklessly went into the mountains and was found dead with his body hollowed out. I realized the danger and promised to be careful. Suddenly, a loud gunshot shattered the silence outside the cafeteria. A frantic voice screamed that Director Xiao had just been shot. I relentlessly pursued the wounded fugitive He Qiang, moving through the woods like a ghost. He Qiang was a troublesome youth from a powerful cadre family who had been sent to the countryside for re-education. He had learned basic sniping from an old, translated foreign training manual. While his outdated skills had easily intimidated the local militia, they were completely amateurish compared to my world-class Special Forces sniper training. Realizing he couldn't shake me, He Qiang headed toward the farm primary school. He spotted a female teacher and a little boy carrying firewood. Desperate for leverage, he raised his M1 Garand and took them hostage. Using binoculars, I spotted the situation from a distance. Hostage rescue is highly complex, and without modern support tools like drones, saving them without a proper opening would be difficult. I secretly trailed them, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike before the reckless militia caught up and triggered a disaster. He Chiang lacked any real counter-surveillance experience. He forced the hostages to lead him right back to his residence, a simple summer timber warehouse. Believing he was safe on his own turf, he grew manic, firing a shot into the sky and shouting for me to show myself. When I remained silently hidden in the bushes, he snapped. He abruptly fired his weapon, wounding the female teacher, who collapsed bleeding into the snow. As the little boy sobbed over his teacher, He Chang turned his gun on the child's head, preparing to pull the trigger. I instantly fired my Type 38 rifle. The high-velocity bullet tore right past his head, blowing off his ear. He Chang screamed in agony, clutching his bloody face and diving behind a wooden ledge for cover. Terrified and enraged, he tried to use the boy as a shield, screaming for me to step out. I calmly fired a second precise shot. The bullet sliced right through the loose soil of his cover and knocked his hat clean off, carving a burning gash across his scalp. Blood began pouring down the bridge of his nose. For the first time, this arrogant youth faced a true apex predator. Surrounded by the terrifying silence of the woods, he finally understood the grim warning from his training manual. Every single tree and stone had just become his lethal enemy. He Chiang hunkered behind cover, paralyzed by the fear that he was being hunted by a real sniper. He tried to follow the textbook maneuvers he'd learned, but my movements were silent and lethal. I wasn't just a sniper, I was a special forces operator, and he was nothing more than an easy target for suppression. After a long, tense standoff, he grew agitated and attempted to reposition to target the little boy again. As he moved, I fired, shattering his rifle in his hands. Panic-stricken, he drew a knife and charged blindly. He never even saw me coming. I stood up from what he thought was a pile of hay, and before he could react, I drove my bayonet deep into his armpit with the force of a bull. As he collapsed and gasped for air, I looked down at him with icy indifference. He realized too late that I was just a boy, but I held the killing intent of a veteran. He tried to maintain his pride, claiming it was honorable to die by a sniper's hand, but I cut him down. I told him he didn't deserve the title of a sniper. It was the ultimate shame for a sniper to die by an enemy's blade. I finished him off and left him lifeless on the floor. I turned my attention to the hostages. The female teacher was alive, though seriously wounded by a gunshot to the shoulder. I treated her with my Yunnan Beiyao, moved her and the boy to the safety of the storeroom, and discovered the missing sheep in a hidden backyard pen. I confiscated He Chang's ammunition, tossed his blood-stained sniper manual aside as evidence, and slipped down the mountain. At the base, Director Zhao Changhe and the militia were still organizing. I didn't say a word to the group, simply tapping Zhao on the shoulder and whispering that the hostages were safe in the timber warehouse. While the others were confused, Zhao knew exactly what happened and barked the order to move out. I headed straight to the clinic to find Director Xiao. He was recovering from his leg wound, and the moment he saw me, he asked if the target was caught. I wordlessly tossed the blood-soaked training manual onto his bed. He understood perfectly. I gave him a vague report on the hostages and the recovered sheep. Satisfied that the threat was neutralized, he gave me the key to his office to claim the M1 Garand sniper rifle he had promised. I took the key, told him to rest, and headed back home, eager to finally get some sleep. After I left Director Xiao's clinic room, he stared at the door in awe of my terrifying composure, muttering that I was a true master who would have been a top soldier on the front lines. But I did not care about his praise. My entire focus was on the gun waiting in his office. When I unlocked the room and took it down from the cabinet, I was thrilled to find that it wasn't a standard model. It was a rare M1C Garand sniper rifle equipped with an M82 scope and a forked flash suppressor. Unlike the simpler M1D, the M1C featured a precisely modified receiver with a scope mount securely pinned to the left side so it wouldn't interfere with loading or iron sights. A 2.5x scope was absolutely perfect for my mountain hunting. I packed the rifle away and quietly headed back to my dormitory. Thanks to the massive pile of 7.62mm ammunition I had confiscated from He Chang, I had plenty of rounds. though I would have to wait until I returned deep into the mountains to properly test and fine-tune it. Completely exhausted, I fell asleep instantly. While I slept peacefully, Director Zhao Changhe and Captain Wang Hongqi were staring blankly at Heechang's corpse in the cold woods. They carefully examined the crime scene and realized I had meticulously erased all of my own traces, leaving only the precise, ruthless bayonet wounds on the body. Wang Hongqi was sweating through his clothes, utterly stunned that a teenager could execute such flawless, dark-of-night shooting before closing in with a Type 38 bayonet. When the scouts reported that the injured female teacher and the boy were safe, and all the missing goats were accounted for, Wang Hongqi finally realized my brilliance. He had originally worried that a kid like me would leave behind a chaotic political mess for him to clean up. Instead, I had handled the entire execution so cleanly that it left absolutely zero clues tying the death to a local child. They could now safely report that the powerful cadre's rogue son was simply wiped out by a band of ruthless mountain bandits. Director Zhao discovered that Heechang's pockets had been thoroughly picked clean of money, coupons, and bullets, and he chuckled at how authentic I had made the scene look. Zhao immediately instructed Officer Liu Jiaqi to process the body, log the cause of death, and issue a routine notice to search the mountains for the fictional suspects. The police officers all knew I was the one who did it, but they were thrilled. By moving like a shadow and leaving no trace of my involvement, I had successfully neutralized a monster, saved the hostages, and handed all the official credit to them, guaranteeing the team a proud third-class merit award. The next morning, I woke up early to do my regular physical training on the farm. While running, I encountered Officer Liu Jiaqi. She noticed my exercise routine and brought up the widespread village rumors about my sudden marriage. I felt a wave of relief that there was nothing romantic between us. She was a dedicated officer with powerful family connections, and our hectic schedules would have made a relationship impossible anyway. She subtly reminded me to stick to the official script regarding Heechang's death, hinting that ruthless mountain bandits were the official culprits. I quickly saluted and assured her I would maintain the narrative perfectly. We went to the cafeteria to have breakfast together. She opened her lunchbox and shared some delicious homemade pickled cucumbers. When I naturally called her sister Jiaqi, she froze for a moment, looking at me as if she saw her own brother. She even handed me a boiled egg, but I told her to keep it since she looked malnourished. I complained about the complete lack of fresh winter vegetables in the mountains, which earned me a playful tap on the head. Her strict yet affectionate gesture gave me a strange, intense feeling of familial authority. Suddenly, she dropped a massive bombshell. She revealed that Liu Jiaqi was just a professional pseudonym, and her real name was Lin Hongxia. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Lin Hongxia was the legendary unmarried heroine of my family genealogy, my own great-aunt. I finally understood that mysterious feeling of deep bloodline suppression. I thanked the heavens that we had never dated, as marrying my own ancestor would be a terrifying disaster. When I carefully asked about her family, she mentioned her 7-year-old younger brother, who had been sent to the south for his safety. That boy was Lin Guming, my future grandfather. It was mind-blowing to realize my ancestors were right in front of me before my own father was even born. Lin Hongxia then told me that Director Zhao had ordered her to accompany me back to my village. She would stay for a few days to secretly investigate the criminal network linked to my arrested uncle. Her status as a female officer would make the suspects lower their guard completely. When she softly asked if I would protect her, I smiled warmly. I promised her that I would handle all the danger and execute any order she gave. I was overjoyed to officially recognize this incredible heroine as my older sister. After breakfast, my great-aunt Lin Hongxia and I packed our bags to return to the production team. On the road, she asked if I had any nightmares after killing Heechang. I admitted I did, but I knew I did the right thing because he had threatened a child and shot a teacher. She warned me to keep this entirely to myself. When she asked about my future, I explained that I preferred staying in the mountains to protect my family, rather than joining the sacred military with hands already dirtied by blood. She understood completely, admitting she had stayed back for the exact same reason. I secretly smiled, knowing my real name, Lin Bei, was given to me by my grandfather specifically to honor her memory. We then discussed the human trafficking case. I told her I suspected the criminals were using an old mountain bandit den as their stronghold because it was surrounded by wild beasts and easy to fortify. I confessed that I wanted that secluded place as a secret hideout for myself, because my hunting would inevitably make neighbors jealous. If someone ever reported or targeted me, I could safely retreat there. Lin Hongxia strictly warned me never to kill indiscriminately, but she agreed that if vicious thugs were eaten by mountain predators, it would simply be divine justice. She even joked that if relations with the Soviet Union deteriorated and food became scarce, she would gladly visit my hidden mountain base for a good meal. We arrived at the production team and reported the successful mission to Captain Lu Hai, who happily sent me home to rest, while arranging a dormitory for Lin Hongxia. I hurried back, incredibly eager to inspect my newly acquired M1 Seagarn sniper rifle. When I pushed the gate open, my mother and Aole were chatting in the yard. I proudly showed off my new weapon. My mother recognized it as a Big 8 like her father used to carry, but she pointed at the scope and asked if that strange iron pipe was a small cannon. I burst out laughing, explaining it was an aiming scope to see farther and shoot more accurately, which earned me a playful kick for mocking her. Aole looked at my short Type 38 cavalry rifle and timidly asked if she could have it to protect the house while I was away. I smiled warmly and handed it straight to her. She touched the wood with absolute reverence, amazed that I would give it to her so easily. I warned her to save her ammunition, but agreed the short barrel was absolutely perfect for her. Watching us share such a natural bond, my mother smiled happily, realizing that my new bride and I truly shared the common language I had always wanted. When Aole mentioned she could shoot, I invited her to test our weapons together. My mother smiled and encouraged us to go out, so I brought Aole, my little sister Pang-chan, the two wolf cubs, and Daji up the mountain. We found an empty clearing with shallow snow, an ideal spot for practicing without any risk to others. Aole confidently took up the Type 38 rifle, showing standard form but an unorthodox grip. I stepped in like a military instructor, adjusting her posture to brace for the recoil. The close physical contact made her face turn red as an apple, but she did not pull away. I instructed her to slow her breathing, gauge the wind, and aim for a tree trunk. She fired, and the bullet shattered the bark precisely on target. To show off a bit, I raised my new M1 Seagarn rifle. Looking through the 2.5x scope, I quickly adjusted my aim and fired. The 7.62mm bullet went directly through the exact bullet hole Aole had just made. When I turned to boast, Aole blushed furiously and stammered that she understood my explicit hint. I stared at the overlapping bullet holes and suddenly realized how incredibly suggestive that looked. I tried to explain it was just a display of skill, but she shyly whispered that she was ready whenever I needed her. Daji burst into cackling laughter, clearly mocking my awkward position, which left me utterly frustrated. Suddenly, Daji stopped laughing and sniffed the air. She executed a rocket headbutt into the snow and dug up a massive Ganoderma lucidum mushroom. Aole smiled, explaining that the sacred foxes always help their companions find valuable herbs and game. I patted Daji's head, thrilled to have her as my ultimate hunting partner. Aole revealed that Daji's mother was a fox named Chi Yun, and her lineage had been carefully preserved by her tribe for generations. I remarked that this was essentially a process of artificial genetic selection, choosing the smartest, low-odor, and human-friendly foxes to breed. Aole agreed with my scientific breakdown and added that her tribe also knew exactly how to tame wild wolf cubs into elite hunting dogs. Looking at her, I realized we truly shared a perfect common language, matching up like a traditional couple destined to build a harmonious life together. Being with Aole felt incredibly easy and free of burdens. While I continued adjusting my rifle, she watched me with absolute curiosity, asking why my new weapon was called the Big 8. I pulled a large 7.62mm magazine from my pocket to show her, comparing it to the smaller 6.5mm bullet of the Type 38 rifle, Her eyes darted between them in amazement. I explained that it earned its name because it holds 8 rounds, and I shared a famous wartime story about how our soldiers would listen for the distinctive pings sound of an empty American Garand clip to rush the enemy before they could reload. She giggled at the clever tactic, but I reminded her that fighting their massive firepower with our basic bolt-action rifles was actually filled with immense bitterness and tears. Looking up at the heavy, frequent snow, a deep sense of worry settled over me. Ao Lei innocently remarked that heavy snow usually promised a good harvest, but I knew better. Extreme winter snowfall can easily trigger severe spring droughts, which would devastate agriculture. I mentioned that the country was already reducing food rations, which deeply confused her since she knew very little about the outside world. I explained that it wasn't the country's fault. Rather, a combination of severe natural disasters and foreign debt payments would soon force the entire nation to tighten its belts. I knew that within a few months, a massive, protracted famine would strike the communes and rural areas. The deep mountains were public property, meaning regular production teams wouldn't dare operate there. Without guns or survival skills, regular people would stand no chance against the starving wolves and tigers. Therefore, I needed to establish a secure stronghold in the primeval forest before the disaster hit. Ao Lei noticed me staring into the dense woods and asked what I was looking at. I asked her if she could handle living deep in the mountains with just me. She blushed but nodded confidently, noting she had grown up in the forest anyway. I explained that once the snow melted, we would head inside to secure our base. I told her bluntly that while the villagers would soon be reduced to eating watery porridge, we would be eating fresh meat. She immediately understood my logic, agreeing that keeping our wealth hidden was the only way to avoid dangerous jealousy. I added that sending my mother and sister to the city would keep them safe, while we would hide in the wilderness to support ourselves. I looked out at the vast horizon, determined to use the nation's call to develop the Beta Wilderness as our perfect excuse to vanish into the deep forest. Answering the great call to develop the Beta Wilderness became my ultimate strategy. Vanishing into the wilderness would allow me to escape the impending famine while legally establishing a secure mountain foothold under the State Farm's name. When I returned home, my mother noticed that Ao Lei and I had grown much closer. I confirmed my decision to marry Ao Lei once we were old enough, which made her incredibly happy. She choked up, acknowledging that my sister Pang Chen deserved a bright future in the city away from rural hardships, but she lamented how much I was sacrificing by staying behind. I comforted her, explaining that I planned to propose an advanced scouting and clearing mission to Director Xiao. Moving into the isolated deep mountains would keep me far away from local gossip and potential conflicts, which was a relief to my mother, given my explosive military temper. She gave me her blessing, reminding me to stay safe and take full responsibility for my new bride. My plan was to herd goats for the farm, gradually clear the territory, and hunt down dangerous predators to pave a safe way for future reclamation teams. The next morning, I walked into the brigade headquarters and found my great-aunt, Lin Hongxia, writing in her work diary. I told her I wanted to see the captain to pitch an idea for contributing to the Beta Wilderness Initiative. She was taken aback, asking if I was seriously planning to clear land. She warned me that the wilderness was incredibly unforgiving, noting that she had already registered over a dozen tragic deaths this year from industrial accidents, illnesses, and severe animal attacks. I smiled and laid out my calculated strategy. I explained that since I was a professional hunter, I could serve as the perfect lone vanguard. I would live deep in the forest, survey the hydrological conditions, clear out the surrounding wild animals, and establish animal husbandry outposts to secure a stable food supply before the next wave of workers arrived. Lin Hongxia was amazed by my tactical foresight, but before she could argue further against the immense danger, a man's hearty laughter echoed from the doorway. We turned to see Director Xiao Zhengguo walking in with a big smile, leaning on a cane. He loudly praised my exceptionally high level of national awareness. Lin Hongxia's heart instantly skipped a beat, realizing that with the powerful state farm director personally overhearing my flawless pitch, my Grand Mountain deployment was officially a locked deal. Director Xiao Zhengguo had overheard my entire conversation with Lin Hongxia. He came to thank me for avenging his daughter, but the extreme pressure from the farm's failed reclamation attempts was weighing heavily on him. The previous Vanguard batch had suffered devastating losses from swamps, wild beasts, and bandits, and the above authorities were demanding results. Hearing my apparent willingness to join the pioneer team, Director Xiao felt like a massive burden had been lifted. I stood straight and put on a spirited act, pretending that my only dream was to win an award certificate and a big red flower so my family could enjoy a good retirement. Director Xiao laughed and offered to make me a formal farm worker once I successfully helped a new batch of people settle there. He even offered future jobs for my entire family. I declined the city jobs for them, explaining that I had already made arrangements for my mother and sister to move to the city this year, as I wanted my sister to go to college instead of farming forever. Impressed by my resolve, Director Xiao formally invited me to join the pioneering team as the Vanguard captain, skipping all usual procedures. He told me to submit a land reclamation plan for approval. I was secretly thrilled. I knew that eating meat every day in the village would eventually breed dangerous envy among the neighbors, leading to complaints to the commune. Escaping into the desolate no-man's land as captain gave me total freedom. There would be no roads, no electricity, and no supervision, allowing me to live precisely how I wanted. Lin Hongxia worried that I was underestimating the brutal infections and hazards of the wilderness. But when we made eye contact, she saw a sly glint in my eyes and realized I was doing this entirely on purpose. After I left, Director Xiao confessed to Lin Hongxia that he was using the isolated mountains to protect me from He Chang's powerful family, who wouldn't just sit idly by despite our clean cover-up. Lin Hongxia smiled, pointing out that I had deliberately outsmarted him by immediately capitalizing on the opportunity. She advised him to let me establish a camp completely alone first, as giving me untrained people would only burden my survival skills. Our captain, Lu Hai, then walked into the headquarters. The moment Director Xiao announced that I was being sent into the mountains as the vanguard, Lu Hai's face turned completely cold. He slammed his fist down, furiously demanding if Director Xiao thought our production team was soft enough to let him exploit our youngest hunter. When Captain Lu Hai heard that I was being sent into the mountains as a vanguard, he immediately turned on Director Xiao, cursing him for risking my life after I had avenged his daughter. Lin Hongxia quickly calmed him down, explaining that Director Xiao was actually trying to protect me from He Chang's politically connected family. Director Xiao then offered a compromise. I would go into the mountains entirely alone first to scout a safe location, free from the burden of untrained people. Furthermore, our production team would participate in the project, meaning we would gain new farmland and become self-sufficient in food. Realizing this layout kept me safe and benefited the village, Lu Hai instantly changed his tune, laughing and praising my high national awareness. Meanwhile, news of He Qiang's death reached his family in the city. In a large courtyard bungalow, his mother burst into tears, crying for revenge. However, her husband furiously shut her down. He revealed that He Qiang had committed murder before fleeing into the mountains and encountering the bandits. He warned her that if she tried to make a move, the entire family would face devastating political consequences. He strictly ordered her to stay quiet for the next 3 years, leaving her weeping alone. Back at my home, Director Xiao and I finalized the arrangements. He generously provided me with essential wound medicine, a bag of cornmeal, a bag of potatoes, a jar of pickled vegetables, and 2 sets of farm employee uniforms, being a warm blue cotton overcoat and the other a military green uniform. My mother was overjoyed by these unexpected gifts. Since I now had excellent new clothes for the upcoming Lunar New Year, she decided to use the cloth coupons I had earned to buy some floral fabric and make a new dress for my future bride, Aolei. My mother called me over and told me to ask the captain to borrow the production team's donkey cart so we could travel down to the town's supply and marketing cooperative. Hearing this, I casually blurted out that I could just borrow a bicycle to take her instead. My mother froze and asked me in confusion when I had ever learned to ride a bicycle. My heart skipped a massive beat. We didn't even own a bicycle, and the original Pang Bei would have had no way of knowing how to ride one. I stood there with my mouth open, completely unable to utter a word until my little sister Pang Qian innocently walked out and saved me by claiming I had practiced on other people's bikes in the past. My mother easily believed my sister's explanation, but she worried that Captain Lu Hai wouldn't lend us his prized bicycle. I smiled and ran straight to the brigade headquarters to ask him. The courtyard was full of men chatting. When I requested the bike to buy fabric for Aolei, everyone began teasing me, asking when I would host the wedding banquet. I awkwardly told them nothing had happened between us. Then they joked about Officer Liu Jiaqi, which made me shudder inwardly. She was actually my great-aunt Lin Hongxia, and I certainly didn't dare to think of her that way. Lin Hongxia stepped out of her room, and I obediently explained the situation. She smiled and generously handed me a cloth coupon as her contribution. When I lamented that everyone was overreacting to a joke, the other villagers suddenly took it seriously. Uncle Ershun stepped forward and slapped 2 cents onto my wrist. Captain Lu Hai went even further, pulling out coupons for 3 pounds of cotton. Lu Xiaowu then handed over a treasured candy coupon for wedding sweets, and the rest of the men eagerly followed suit, pooling their money and coupons. I was completely dumbfounded. A simple joke had suddenly turned into an absolute reality, and the marriage was now completely inevitable. Still, thinking of Aolei's sweet personality, I happily stuffed the gifts into my pocket. Lu Hai pointed to his war-damaged bicycle. It was a rusty, creaking mess with no seat springs and brakes, controlled entirely by pressing my feet against the ground. My mother laughed, explaining the old village chief had assembled it from spare parts. I carefully balanced her on the back, and we precariously pedaled down the bumpy dirt mountain road for over an hour. Life in this era was incredibly poor and lacked electricity, yet everyone remained full of hope. We finally arrived at the town's single dirt street, which was lined with basic bungalows, utility poles, and public mule carts. My mother nervously dusted off her clothes as we walked into the supply and marketing cooperative. A young female clerk was lazily eating sunflower seeds and chatting. When my mother timidly asked to see the fabric, the girl completely ignored her, coldly snapping that they had none. My startled mother began to back away in embarrassment, but I gently supported her, stepped forward, and loudly demanded that the clerk show us the red floral cloth immediately. My voice rang out loud and clear, showing no stage fright. I was furious at the young female clerk's arrogant attitude. No wonder state-run stores struggled after the reform when their tellers treated customers like garbage. When she unhappily snapped that they had no fabric, I unleashed a barrage of criticism, mocking her attitude until she slammed her hand down and accused me of causing trouble. I stepped forward and reminded her that we were all here to serve the people, accusing her of having a backward feudal mindset. My formal, confident tone completely bewildered her. She thought I was a city official or a low-ranking cadre on a secret inspection. An older clerk quickly intervened to calm things down and asked what I needed. I claimed I was from the farm on a purchasing errand and demanded to see their floral fabric patterns. My mother stood there completely stunned, wondering how I had learned to speak so formally. Soon, the manager of the supply and marketing cooperative walked out. The older clerk whispered to him, and he looked at me with deep caution. He asked with a smile how much fabric I wanted to buy. I calmly pulled out a massive pile of national and provincial cloth coupons and laid them on the counter, stating I would buy them all. Seeing the coupons, the manager assumed I was a purchasing captain sent by a discreet government department. I played along with his assumptions, joking about getting new clothes for the end of the year. He immediately ordered the young clerk to bring out their finest, most durable hidden bolts of cloth from the back. I stepped to the side to speak privately with the manager, who introduced himself as Manager Wang. Believing I was representing the police station, he asked if I was only buying fabric. I took out my sugar and cotton coupons explaining we needed to treat the team after handling several exhaustion-inducing cases. Knowing that supply limits were strict, he quietly arranged to skim extra goods for me. To seal the alliance, I secretly pulled out the Ganoderma lucidum mushroom Daji had dug up and offered it to him. His eyes lit up and he shook my hand, discreetly passing me 5 yuan. Thanks to this smooth transaction, he gave us over 4 pounds of cotton instead of 3, and a significantly larger bag of rare fruit candies. I carefully packed everything away. Just as we were finishing, a group of men wearing blue overalls walked into the cooperative, loudly greeting Manager Wang. I turned around to look at the leader, and my heart skipped a beat. It was none other than Director Wang from the commune. When Director Wang from the commune walked into the cooperative, I didn't feel guilty at all. Instead, I perked up, walked over with a mischievous grin, and greeted him intimately as my older brother. He was completely caught off guard and struggled to recognize me until I reminded him of our past encounter alongside Captain Lu Hai and Sun Hongbing. His expression shifted to utter suspicion, especially since he knew about the rogue youth He Xiangxing's recent death. I leaned in and dropped a series of vague, irritating hints, letting him know I was getting married and that Director Xiao had personally rewarded me. To get me to shut up, a nervous Director Wang reluctantly fished out 2 grain coupons for 2 gin of wheat flour and slapped them into my hand. I happily accepted the gift but quickly kept up the pressure. I whispered that while He Chang was officially killed by mountain bandits, the weapon used was a Type 38 rifle, the exact model I owned. I subtly hinted that He Chiang's powerful family might look for someone to blame, making his face turn deathly pale. Terrified of being implicated, Director Wang pulled me behind the counter into a quiet corner and stuffed 2 more coupons for 2 gin of sugar into my hand, desperately begging me for a way out. I smiled at my new haul and decided to throw him a bone while secretly advancing my own agenda. I advised him to bypass Director Zhao Changhe and go straight to Officer Lin Hongxia to help uncover the hidden mole inside our production team. This way, he could claim all the official credit for the arrest, please the higher-ups, and potentially earn the gratitude of He Zhang's powerful family. He burst into delighted laughter, thrilled by the brilliant strategy, and eagerly handed me yet another mystery ticket. He had no idea I was using him as a shield to funnel massive career achievements straight to my great-aunt Lin Hongxia. Meanwhile, Manager Wang saw our seemingly deep, intimate brotherhood and completely changed his tune. He started calling my mother Auntie, even though she was far younger than him, and ordered the clerk to wrap up our selected fabrics. The clerk deliberately measured the cloth with incredibly loose boundaries, giving us a massive amount of extra material for free. After checking my pockets, I smiled and produced 2 more coupons for candy and pastries I had forgotten about, which Manager Wang processed with absolute joy. I walked out of the supply and marketing cooperative completely victorious, having successfully turned a routine shopping trip into a goldmine of free supplies and political leverage. My mother looked completely shocked by how seamlessly I navigated connections with powerful officials like Director Wang. As we pushed our heavily loaded bicycle up the mountain road in the gathering dark, carrying 4 pounds of cotton, expensive pastries, and precious fresh cabbages, she kept asking how I managed it. I just laughed, telling her that all men are brothers under heaven. Suddenly, as we neared a crooked tree, 2 bizarre figures stepped out to block our path. They attempted a dramatic bandit greeting, but the leader stammered hopelessly, while his fair-skinned, effeminate partner softly whispered reminders. My mother trembled with fear, thinking we had encountered terrifying robbers, but I could see they were just 2 harmless, hilarious idiots. Playing along, I flashed my coat, pulled a mock weapon from my pocket, and confidently barked out a classic mountain bandit code. The 2 bumbling thieves completely misconstrued my words, somehow convincing themselves that my surname was Father, and that I belonged to a powerful gang. I sneered, telling them my name was Fan Wujiu, the legendary Black Impermanence. When the effeminate one recognized the terrifying name, they both instantly panicked. I pressed my advantage by firing a loud shot into the sky, sending them crashing to their knees, weeping for mercy. They quickly confessed that they were just starving farmers from Leolindian, who knew absolutely nothing about being bandits. It turned out the corrupt Li Mu and Zhang Dafen had bribed them with 10 yuan to act as hooligans and cause trouble. Realizing this was a perfect breakthrough for our investigation, I immediately ordered my mother to sprint back to the village to fetch my great-aunt, Officer Lin Hongsha, while making sure to tip off Director Wang. My mother flew down the path, and a short while later, Lin Hongsha arrived with her gun. She found me sitting comfortably with crossed legs, forcing the two captives to loudly sing a humiliating song of submission. She asked why I was involving Director Wang in this arrest. I smiled and explained that by looping the commune director into the bust, we could exploit his political position to absorb the bureaucratic pressure while funneling all the actual investigative credit straight to her. Lin Hongxia stared at me in absolute amazement, wondering how a 17-year-old like me could engineer such a brilliant protective trap for her career. Lin Hongxia's thorough investigation into the two bumbling clowns yielded a massive breakthrough. They completely implicated Zhang Dafan, who happened to be the powerful militia captain of the commune. Since Director Wang was already involved, I knew my great-aunt could seamlessly coordinate with him to handle the political fallout while I stepped back from the situation entirely. We escorted the captives back to the production team, where Captain Lu Hai and his men gave them a swift beating. I gladly left the bureaucratic mess to the officials and headed straight home. Arriving at my house, I found my mother and Aole waiting warmly at the door. I pulled out the rare fruit candies I had secured in town. My little sister Pong Qian happily closed her eyes as I popped a candy into her mouth, her face filling with absolute bliss. Seeing Aole looking at me expectantly, I felt a sudden wave of bashful guilt as she cooperatively closed her eyes and opened her mouth too. I placed a sugar ball inside, and she squinted with pure enjoyment. Sharing this sweet moment made my cozy new life feel far happier than anything I had experienced in my previous existence. Meanwhile, back inside the main Peng family house, my grandmother was rubbing her aching back. Without my mother around to do the grueling chores, the household was falling apart due to everyone else's sheer laziness. My arrogant cousin, Pang Dong, was currently plotting to secure an accountant job at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. He was using a classmate to pitch a bribe to Director Wang, foolishly clenching his fists and vowing to trample me under his feet once he started earning a formal salary. He had no idea that his grand scheme was about to backfire completely. A short while later, Director Wang visited me at the mountain cabin and brought up Pong Dong's application. He discreetly leaned in and revealed a massive secret. The cooperative's financial accounts were completely a mess, meaning this specific accountant position was actually a dangerous trap designed to catch a legal scapegoat. I smiled inwardly at the poetic justice and whispered for him to go ahead and grant the job to Pong Dong, as my corrupt cousin was the perfect fool to take the fall. In return, Director Wang asked for a favor. The commune needed a large supply of wild meat for their upcoming New Year banquet to impress the president. Realizing this transactional relationship was giving me the perfect leverage to permanently teach the toxic Pang family a lesson, I happily agreed. I told Director Wang to meet me up the mountain in 3 days, guaranteeing that I would deliver enough fresh game to leave him completely satisfied. Having promised to supply meat for Director Wang's New Year banquet, I headed out early into the mountains with Daji. The heavy snow had stopped, transforming the landscape into weathered, sand dune-like structures. While the danger of sudden mountain blizzards had decreased as the snow turned to solid ice, finding prey in this biting cold was exceptionally difficult. We walked all morning seeing nothing but a few birds and squirrels. Suddenly, my sniper eyes caught tiny red specks on the snow. Crouching down, I recognized it as animal blood. Following the trail, I found the half-eaten carcass of a wild rabbit. It was clear that the local wildlife had moved down toward the ravines and the foot of the mountain to escape the freezing heights. I decided to change our course and head down into the old forest ravine. As I crossed a ridge, I heard the faint sound of logging in the distance. A nearby forestry farm or production team was cutting timber. This was actually excellent news for me, as the logging noise would inevitably flush the wild game directly out of the woods and straight into my sector. Reaching the bottom of the slope, I spotted a small group of roe deer gathered around an animal carcass. Daji ran ahead to investigate. Amazingly, the notoriously foolish deer did not run away when I approached. They simply stepped back and stared. Looking down, I discovered the frozen body of an injured northeast leopard. Its right forepaw was broken, leaving it unable to hunt in the harsh winter. I hoisted the rare creature up, but one of the stubborn roe deer began forcefully tugging at my cloak. I chuckled, swung my rifle, and cleanly knocked it out cold with the butt of the gun. I looked up through my scope at the remaining deer, planning to take a second one for the banquet, but right before I could pull the trigger, a loud gunshot shattered the silence. Another roe deer dropped dead instantly, and the rest scattered. My heart raced because I had not fired that shot. I immediately dropped flat onto the snow, chambered a round in my M1C Garand, and scanned the northern tree line. This sector was my official jurisdiction as a mountain guardian, meaning any outside hunters were illegal poachers. Moments later, two furtive men dressed as hunters peeked out from the brush. Before they could run toward the dead deer, I pulled my trigger and sent a warning shot tearing through the snow right in front of their feet. As the startled poachers froze in terror, I aimed my scope directly at the armed man and fiercely shouted across the ravine, warning them that they had just crossed into a strictly closed, state-owned area. The two poachers dropped flat onto the snow the moment my warning shot rang out. Hearing my youthful voice, one of them, Lee Erniu, tried to bluster, claiming his own gun had merely gone off by accident. I didn't waste any words and pulled my trigger again, neatly blowing the hat clean off his head. Terrified by my terrifying sniper precision, they immediately changed their tune, pleading that their production team was starving because their livestock had frozen to death. I ordered them to drop their two poached rabbits, take their pheasant, and turn around. To completely break their spirit and ensure they never returned, I pointed out a roe deer standing over 500 meters away at the edge of the woods. I fired a single impossible headshot, dropping the deer instantly. I told them they could take that roe deer as a New Year's gift, but warned that the next bullet would go through their heads if they ever trespassed again. Horrified by my divine marksmanship, they gathered the meat and fled, realizing I was the fearsome mountain guardian old Gao To had mentioned. Once Daji confirmed they were completely gone, I retrieved my own knocked-out roe deer and dragged my haul home. I knew that guarding the outer mountains wouldn't last. When the impending spring famine worsened, desperate, starving villagers would flood the forest for food, and the deep mountain predators would aggressively defend their territories. I needed to accelerate my plans and establish our deep mountain stronghold before the new year. By the time I returned to the cabin, darkness had fallen. My mother gasped in horror when she saw me dragging a frozen northeast leopard, but I assured her it hadn't been hunted. Aulay carefully examined the carcass and noted that its broken leg was caused by violently hunted by other apex predators. She astutely deduced that the local wildlife was running out of food, signaling a brutal upcoming famine. My mother was skeptical, but Aulay scientifically explained that this early winter snow would simply evaporate in the spring heat without replenishing the rivers. I nodded grimly, realizing Aulay was completely right. I took out my military combat map, pointed directly at the secluded sector I had chosen for our hidden survival base, and told them this was where we would hide. My mother stared at the map, her face turning pale with absolute terror as she gasped that the place I was pointing to was a notorious cursed dead end. My mother panicked when she saw where I was pointing on the map. She called it a forbidden zone known as the Gates of Hell, a treacherous territory crawling with apex predators where hunters rarely returned alive. Aulay agreed, noting the complex flooding of the Jen and Jiliu rivers and its history as a dangerous bandit haven. However, I explained that an abandoned, wiped-out bandit stronghold would make the perfect hidden base, and the fertile meadow below was ideal for state farm land reclamation. Since state-owned farms operate entirely outside local jurisdiction, it gave us the perfect legal loophole to vanish. Aulay bravely offered to come with me to scout the area. Seeing her future daughter-in-law's unwavering support, my mother relented and happily began preparing our cold weather gear, even teasing us about packing a large shared sleeping bag. We decided to bring the clever Daji along to help navigate and plan to complete the 10-day trek so we could return right in time to celebrate the new year. Next, I went to the brigade headquarters to report our departure. My great-aunt, Lin Hongxia, pulled me aside. Thanks to my calculated strategy with Director Wang, she had just received massive official credit for the recent arrest without drawing any dangerous political suspicion from He Qiang's family. She asked why I was in such a desperate hurry to plunge into the frozen mountains right before the holidays. I whispered that it was the best way to lay low while old Gao To finalized the city jobs for my mother and sister. But more importantly, I revealed the dark truth about the local ecology. I explained that finding a starving northeast leopard at the foot of the mountain and catching desperate poachers were critical warning signs. Captain Lu Hai stopped eavesdropping and openly asked what I meant. I laid out my tactical analysis for them. Leopards are apex predators that strictly prefer the safety of deep mountains. For one to risk coming down to the plains while severely injured meant it had been brutally driven out by other desperate predators. Furthermore, the sudden, unusual influx of herbivores into our outer sector proved that their regular habitats were completely depleted. Lin Hongxia and Lu Hai grew dead silent as the chilling reality set in. There was only one logical conclusion. A catastrophic food shortage had already begun elsewhere, and a brutal, sweeping spring famine was actively marching toward us.